Chapter 119. Puff, puff, if a dragon could sweat, Dahe would be sweating profusely at this time. His wings were folded in a huge arc in mid-air, because only with all his strength could he ensure that he did not sink. Dani's arms were tightly wrapped around his slender neck, and her 2 legs were floating on the undulating dragon's back. The fear of having nowhere to borrow strength made her use her hands to tighten Dahe's neck even more. Hiss! Dahe's nose exhaled 2 long white streams of air, as if roaring loudly at Dani, "I can't breathe." "Hey, look at you, you're bigger than a little silver horse, and you weigh more than her. Why can't you fly with me on your back like she does?" Dani glanced sideways at the ground below. The pyramid was only the size of a bowl, and they must be more than 1,000 meters in the air. Well, Dani could ride a dragon. She had to lie on the dragon's back and distribute her body weight evenly. If the weight was concentrated on the back of the neck, he would not be able to bear it. And only the black dragon could lie on her back. Little White and Little Green did not refuse her riding, but they were not as big as Dahe, and there was no place for her to lie on. Half a year had passed, and the effect of Dahe's devouring of the immortal's faith became more and more obvious. From head to tail, he was 10 meters long. Excluding the long neck and tail, his back was more than 2 meters long, and Dani could lie on it. The white dragon and the green dragon were only 2/3 of Dahe's size, and the difference in size was obvious. In fact, 2 months ago, Dani knew that she could ride a dragon through the weight of the 3 dragons. In the past 6 months, the 3 cities of Guise, Mirene, Kaiyuan, and New Guise had formed the Anti-Demon Mother of Dragons Alliance, and Dani called it the Guise Alliance. Not only did the Gith people proclaim Dani as the mother of the lustful demonic dragons who ate 10 babies every morning and slept with 10 strong men at night, but they also frequently sent clippers to the docks and coastal strongholds to drop incendiary bombs, clay pots filled with kerosene or cotton cloth soaked in pitch that was twisted into flammable objects. At first, Dani let Dahe attack the enemy's sails, but later the enemy learned and quietly arranged hundreds of sailors to hide under the deck with strong crossbows. As long as Dahe breathed fire and opened a small window on the deck, the crossbow arrows would be thrown out like rain. At that time, Big Black was shot into a beehive. It was not an exaggeration. After that, Dani counted that Big Black was hit by at least 70 arrows. One of them fell from the sky, and Dani, who was in her dragon spirit state, was frightened. Fortunately, the coastline was close after all, and Dahe barely glided and landed in the Allied camp. His 2 thin flesh wings were like 2 pieces of rags, and the scales on his lower abdomen were also pierced, with white smoke and blood gurgling out. The only thing was that the iron arrowhead of the arrow was relatively short, only 4 centimeters, and the dragon's blood had a very high temperature. The wooden tail behind the iron arrowhead was directly burned by the dragon's blood, and the iron arrowhead was slowly softening. The iron arrowhead was too short to penetrate the muscle layer of Dahe's abdomen, so it did not hurt the internal organs. It looked terrible, but it was only a superficial wound. Fortunately, this was Slaver's Bay and not the Westeros. The people of the 7 kingdoms had seen the Megalosaurus too many times and had developed a set of relatively perfect dragon-slaying techniques. The New Guise people had never fought with the Megalosaurus before the Guise Empire had slain dragons. If the crossbow shot at Dahe was a custom-made, dragon slayer crossbow, there was a 30% chance that he would be unharmed, a 50% chance that he would be seriously injured, and a 20% chance that he would die on the spot. The Dragon Slayer crossbow was a giant crossbow, large in size, troublesome to operate, and there was a limit to the number of crossbows installed on a ship. The number of arrows was small, and the sky was too dark, so it might not be able to hit Dahe. After that injury, Dani changed her strategy. If they could not dive to attack, then they would bomb from the sky. Barristan told Dani that the arrows of the Dragon Slayer crossbow were all made of fine steel and were heavier than the spears of the Unsullied. The limit was that they could fly up to 200 meters in the sky. In this way, Dahe only needed to maintain an altitude of 500 meters to be able to throw incendiary bombs at the sea without any damage. Dahe was the first to learn the bomber skill. The white dragon and the green dragon could not learn it. During training, they would directly dive down and spit fire from their mouths. Since that time at the dragon's horn, the white dragon and the green dragon had tamed Dani a lot. They generally listened to whatever she said, and when she whipped them, the two dragons rarely retaliated, spitting fire at her. But without entering the dragon's spirit state, Dani found it difficult to let them understand her thoughts. Later, Korra suggested that during training, they should shoot them with arrows with clipped arrowheads. This could train their ability to dodge arrows and let the two dragons know what to do. It had to be said that this idea sounded good at first, but after trying it out, it was terrible. At that time, an unsullied was burned. The dragon children could tolerate Dani's mother, but when others dared to hurt them, they were furious and spat out a mouthful of dragon flames. If Dani had not been standing on the side and stopped the dragon in time, then the warriors would have been glorious. It was not glorious, but a little aggrieved. Later, Dani placed the crossbow side by side, and the trigger was tied with a silk thread. With a pull, dozens of arrows could be shot out. She tamed the dragons herself. Needless to say, the two dragons became a lot smarter and gradually learned how to throw things at high altitude. The dragon's eyesight was particularly good, and the hit rate was very high. The three dragons took turns to bombard, and at least dozens of caddies of cloth bags soaked in fuel could be thrown at a time. As long as they hit, they could basically destroy a ship. Well, they first threw the fuel bags, then quickly swooped down and caught up with the dragon flames to ignite the bags. By comparing the weight of the bags with Dani's own weight, she determined when she could ride a dragon. Without armor, Dani was 90 caddies, and Dahe could grab a large bag of 200 caddies and fly at high altitude. So, she dared to try to ride a dragon. Well, Little White and Little Green could only lift 130 caddies of goods. Hiss, after flying around the fields outside the city for about 150 kilometers, Dahe felt powerless as if he had run out of fuel. Dani could only let him take her back to the pyramid. Pwala pwala dong. Dahe landed heavily on the grass, and the branches and leaves of the nearby fruit trees were rustled by his wings. Dani jumped lightly and directly jumped down from the dragon's back that was more than 2 meters high. In the past 6 months, she had been practicing swordsmanship with Baristan, and her strength and agility had increased a lot. The old man also praised her talent that was not inferior to Liga. Dani was not flattered at all. Liga's fame and strength were too far apart. Legend had it that only Arthur Dane, the Buddhist sword, could match his martial arts, but he was crushed by Robert in the first real battle of his life. The big iron hammer hit his small chest, and he died miserably. Your Majesty, there is urgent news from Kayuan. As soon as she jumped off the dragon's back, Korra greeted her with a serious face. At this time, Korra's outfit had changed again. The originally smoky black Valeglia steel armor was inlaid with a layer of exquisite white glaze at the chest. There was also a thick pure white cloak hanging on his shoulders. The white silver thread and hooks shone in the sun, and his whole temperament seemed to be sublimated. If any Westeros noble came here, they would exclaim, "Kingsguard," when they saw him. After Baristan revealed his identity, he was appointed as the captain of the Kingsguard by Dani. Korra had no objection to this at all. It was because the other party was too old and his reputation was too legendary. Later, Dani also held a simple but solemn oath ceremony for the old man. On the third step of the pyramid, he swore in front of tens of thousands of soldiers and soldiers. After that, an announcement was made to let everyone know. After Baristan became the captain, he followed tradition and put on a white robe for Korra Mormont. In this way, the Big Bear became an official white knight that could be recorded in the White Code. In addition to the white robe, there was also white scale armor. Of course, Korra didn't want to change his armor, so he specially asked the blacksmith in the city to inlay a layer of white glaze with ice and snow patterns on his chest. Brawny man Beavos wanted the identity of the Kingsguard, but he refused to wear white scale armor, white robes, and complicated white cloaks. He thought that it would affect the speed of wielding his sword. The fat eunuch also followed the agile and swift path of a horseman. After Beristan joined Dany's inner circle, he took the position of military commander. It wasn't that he didn't trust Korra, but his experience and military skills were far inferior to Whitebeard's. Korra commanded at most 1,000 troops, but Beristan had commanded a large legion and had experience in army battles. In the Battle of the Nine Copper Kings 35 years ago, he was the commander of the entire army. There were more than 100,000 men under his command, including the army, the navy, the cavalry, the infantry, and the longbow regiment. Korra was the deputy commander and also the chief of intelligence. After all, he had worked as a spy before and was familiar with the business. The Eight-Clawed Spider's intelligence network extended to Horse King City, Raza, and Queers. Dany couldn't be less important than an ancient, in intelligence warfare. Back then, there was a group of merchants who were stranded in Astapor for more than a month because their sails were burned by the dragons. By the time they left with Dany's compensation, a new batch of spies had also been scattered. They didn't expect them to become 007 or Ethan Hunt. They only needed to gather information that was widely known in Kaiyuan and Meereen. It had to be admitted that the messenger crows of this world were also a kind of fantasy creature. Kaiyuan was 500 kilometers away from Astapor in a straight line, and the messenger crows could make a round trip in about 2 days and 1 night. Dany took the wet towel from Eerie and wiped the sweat and dust on her face and arms. Korra said in a deep voice, Kaiyuan has gathered 30,000 slave soldiers, 3,000 yellow silk cloaks, 5,000 mercenaries, and countless army merchants. They set off this morning and are heading toward Astapor. 10 virtuous lords and great lords have declared themselves to be the grand marshals of the allied army. One of them is called Graz Dan Mo Eras, known as the war god of Kaiyuan and the actual commander of the army. The guards of the city of Slaver Bay were used to wearing yellow silk cloaks, which were inlaid with dense palm-sized reflective copper sheets, so they were often called yellow silk cloaks or copper sheet guards. Another Graz, Dan, and 30,000 slave soldiers. Are they sending people to me? Dany, who was drying her hair, couldn't help but laugh. Korra had a strange expression. Your Majesty, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. Your reputation in Kaiyuan isn't good. Your deeds of freeing slaves, distributing land to slaves, and building a free nation are unknown. In the eyes of the other slaves, you're just a treacherous crazy woman who luckily took over Astapor. Those people are too much. You offended the slave masters because of those slaves, the centaur maid said angrily. What can a commoner do under the control of public opinion? Dany shook her head. She didn't look angry, but rather disappointed. She asked, the slave soldiers' ratio is too high, and the rest are mostly mercenaries. There aren't many true Gith people. Is this the awareness of the descendants of the Giscali Empire? At this point, some of my systems are hidden from the slaves, but how can the slave masters not know? Are there no smart people among them who don't know the impact of my appearance on slavery? Korra smiled bitterly. If they didn't see you as a threat, they wouldn't have sent an army to attack Astapor. But Meereen and Kaiyuan are slave states. Apart from the slave soldiers, there are no more than 5,000 freemen in both cities. Chapter 120. Ping ping pang pang, in the garden at the top of the Great Pyramid called Chaoyang Palace, 2 snow-white swords that were 3 fingers wide were clashing rapidly in midair. The bright silver armor that weighed 65 pounds did not affect Beristan's agile steps at all. His center of gravity did not change as his body slid back and forth. He put his right hand on his waist and only used his unskilled left hand to fight Dany. Dany wore brown leather armor and held the sword with both hands. She moved forward, backward, and dodged left and right almost exactly the same as Beristan. However, unlike Beristan who was strolling leisurely in the courtyard, she was sweating profusely. Every time she stabbed with the sword in both hands, she used almost all of her strength. The old captain only blocked and did not attack her. Dany tried to slash at the opponent's vital points. On the first day she officially learned the sword, the legendary knight warned her seriously, as a warrior, especially a female warrior, the first rule you need to understand is that you have to be ruthless with your sword and hit the enemy's vital points directly. Because on a real battlefield, a moment is often equivalent to a lifetime. I have seen too many promising knights who won cheers in the tournament but died in the hands of an enemy whose strength, speed, courage, skill, and armor were not as good as his on the battlefield. It was all because he had a moment of fear when he should have killed. Training with a blunt sword in the courtyard is one thing. Sending a 4-foot-long sword into the enemy's stomach and watching the light in the enemy's eyes gradually disappear is another thing. Before you become a battlefield veteran like me, it is best to develop the physical memory of killing the enemy when you see them. The fear in your heart will only urge you to act according to your physical instincts. It is cruel to the enemy, but it is better than dying in grievance. He taught her seriously. Although the old man regarded the glory of a knight as his life, he was not pedantic at all. A pedantic person would not have lived to his age. After completing the sword training, the two of them practiced sparring. There were no martial arts routines in martial arts novels. In the words of the old knight, just use the movement you are most familiar with and comfortable to send the sword into the enemy's vital points. In a complicated battlefield situation, no one could maintain the elegant posture on the training ground. Then the old man drew a diagram of the human body and taught her where the vital points were, where the attack would kill, where the enemy would lose his combat ability but not die. It was amazing. In this era that was similar to the Middle Ages, there were no mistakes in the human anatomy diagram. The old man said, "Scholars have been experimenting on human corpses for thousands of years, and I didn't invent this set of vital attack diagrams." The Royal Library had many research reports of fallen scholars. After generations of imperial guards read them, they used hundreds of years to come up with the most efficient killing sword technique. Yes, the fallen scholar was a scholar who secretly conducted experiments on living people. If this behavior was discovered, the City of Knowledge would strip them of their academic status. Dany was a surgeon. She was a fast learner and could often draw inferences from one example. The old knight was so shocked that he exclaimed, "She's like Prince Liga." It had to be said that the identity of the last princess was still very useful. If she had transmigrated into an ordinary person, it was estimated that she would never be able to come into contact with the most orthodox knight training methods. Even Jorah Mormont was a wild knight from the countryside compared with Barristan. The White Knight killing technique was divided into 2 steps. After Dany quickly grasped the vital points to attack, the old man began to teach her how to attack the weak points of the armor. It was somewhat different from the skills that Mormont learned from Bear Island's instructor. Mormont used his understanding of the armor to find the gaps that could be pierced by the blade. In front of Mormont, the old man seemed to be teaching Dany, and also seemed to be passing on the skills of the White Knight to the younger generation. He said, "Iron armor is not impossible to pierce." Last time, the 9-year-old Dany also relied on her outstanding eyesight and skills to pierce through the giant bear's forehead with its own strength. Every Imperial Guard is the best knight of the generation. If they don't have extraordinary talent, how can they be called the best? The perfect armor for ordinary people may be full of flaws in the eyes of the White Knight who has extraordinary strength, speed, and skills. Well, even if some people are not talented enough, they can still rely on equipment to become superior. So, for us, the skills to find the weak points are different from others. We will combine the thickness of the opponent's armor, the vital attack diagrams, the knight's own strength, the environment at the time, and other factors to determine the real flaws in a very short time. The White Knight's method of finding the enemy's flaws was extremely complicated and could not be described in words. Dany could only slowly level up under the guidance of the great master, Barristan. Bang! Once again, Dany's sword was knocked away. She waved her hand at the old knight, indicating that this was the end of the day. She was so hot that her face was flushed red. She put her hands on her knees and gasped for breath. The White Knight bent down to pick up Danny's sword and put the two blunt training swords back on the weapon rack. He smiled and said, "Your Majesty, your martial arts are really improving rapidly. Half a year ago, you couldn't even wield a sword. Now, you are almost at the level of moving the finger as if it were an arm. Maybe in less than 2 years, you will be a qualified knight." Gulp, gulp. Danny took the porcelain bottle from her maid, Doria, and drank almost a liter of pure milk that had a slight fishy smell. After a comfortable burp, Danny felt that she was alive again. After half a year of high-intensity training and high-energy supplements, she had grown taller again. She was almost 1.7 meters tall, and her weight had also increased by 15 pounds. When she was in Kars, the 15-year-old Danny was 1.65 meters tall and weighed only 75 pounds, which was slightly light. Now, she was in her normal state. Danny was now tall and slender, with long limbs and a well-proportioned body. Her arms were strong, her lower body was stable, her steps were light, and her lower abdomen had 4 slightly bulging square muscles. She was a beautiful girl full of vitality. Danny put down the porcelain bottle and asked curiously, "The level of moving the finger as if it were an arm? There is a level in swordsmanship. Why haven't I heard Sir Yora mention it?" Baristan said as he fastened his great sword to the buckle on his waist, "Those northerners don't care about swordsmanship theory at all. They are satisfied as long as they can go to the battlefield and kill the enemy." In the White Knight's swordsmanship manual, swordsmanship is roughly divided into 4 levels. Moving the finger as if it were an arm, lifting the heavy as if it were light, lifting the light as if it were heavy, and mind and body as one. "What do you mean?" Danny was interested. Moving the finger as if it were an arm means that the sword in the hand becomes a part of the arm. Whatever the heart thinks, wherever the sword reaches, every movement is extremely precise. Danny nodded and agreed with his statement. She was a little interested now. It was a wonderful feeling, I can hit exactly where I see it. It was just like playing basketball in college. Sometimes when the basketball was just released, there was a feeling that it would definitely go in, and then the basketball really went into the net with a swoosh. However, that feeling was rare, and it was hard to come by even once in a few hundred times. Unlike now, she almost always had the confidence of, whatever the heart thinks, the sword reaches. "I do have the feeling you said. Are there many people in the first stage?" Danny asked. "Not many. It is difficult for 1 out of 10 regular knights to reach this level." The old man sighed and said in a complicated tone, "As long as someone can raise the sword, they can swing it and slash, but personal talent and hard work limit most people to go further." Danny was a little happy and a little shocked. Moving the finger as if it were an arm is already very rare. "How powerful will the next few levels be?" "Your mongrel sword weighs 13 pounds, and my two-handed sword weighs 20 pounds. You may be able to move the finger as if it were an arm in a short period of time, but after a long time." White Knight raised his chin at Danny, indicating that she should look at his sweaty and weak state. "The feeling of swinging a 13-pound sword 200 times and a wooden stick 200 times is definitely different, right? But in my hands, the wooden stick and the sword can have the same weight. Well, it is moving the heavy as if it were light, and moving the light as if it were heavy." The old man brushed the fine gray hair hanging down from his forehead to the side and said, "Simply put, when you can swing the sword as easily as a wooden stick, it is considered moving the heavy as if it were light. This level is mainly to increase the endurance of the battle. How can a sword be as light as a wooden stick? This doesn't make sense." Danny shook her head. White Knight looked nostalgic and sighed. "Someone asked this question in the past." "Who?" "Jaime Lannister." White Knight had a complicated expression. Jaime became a Kingsguard at the age of 16. He was very talented, but his swordsmanship was not mature. The person in charge of teaching him was the strongest swordsman, Sir Arthur Dane. "Buddha's sword?" Danny asked excitedly. "How did he answer the Kingslayer?" He said, moving the heavy as if it were light and moving the light as if it were heavy are actually the same level. The key is to grasp the center of gravity. It is not the center of gravity of the sword or the center of gravity of the person, but the center of gravity of the person's body, armor, arm and sword. In the process of battle, the edge of the sword is changing, and the direction of the sword tip is also changing, but the overall center of gravity is almost always maintained at one point. If the center of gravity does not change, it is like standing still. There is almost no force, and the person will naturally feel relaxed. Moving the light as if it were heavy is the opposite. By adjusting the center of gravity, it seems, to convert gravity into speed? Oh, I can't remember. In short, adjusting the center of gravity can increase the strength of the edge of the sword. Even a thin assassin's sword can achieve the effect of a two-handed heavy sword. Speaking of this, the old man frowned. He looked a little lost, and he did not know how to continue. Because he did not understand, although he had reached the level of moving the light as if it were heavy, the old knight had succeeded completely by instinct. Sorry, Your Majesty, I don't understand what Sir Dane said. Sigh, the Book of the White Knight is also not here. Because of Jamie's question, Sir Dane felt that the theory should be recorded in detail, just like the killing technique of the White Knight, and left for future generations to observe. Awesome, awesome. Super awesome. Danny was convinced. The Westeros Knight civilization did not transition from the Iron Age to the technological age for 6,000 years, but the killing techniques that they trained for thousands of years were almost at the peak of the cold weapon era. Although Whitebeard was stumbling and did not know what he was saying, Danny understood what the Sword of Dawn was trying to express. There were two key points, center of gravity and leverage. As expected of the Sword of Dawn. She exclaimed. You understand? The old man was surprised. Chapter 121. Danny nodded first, then shook her head and said, I roughly understand, but it's useless just to understand. I also know Newton's 3 laws, but I can't do meteorites falling from the sky and pulling everything in the sky. You're really talented. The old man praised. Jaime Lannister took half a year to understand part of it, and took another 4 years to reach the realm of lifting heavy things as if they were light. You should practice more in the future, and you should learn quickly. I didn't expect the Kingslayer to be so powerful. Danny said in surprise. Less than 1/10 of the knights could do it, and there were definitely fewer in the second realm. The White Knight smiled bitterly and said, Your Majesty, you have to understand that the King's Guard was really the highest honor of the knights back then. The 7 white-robed knights were definitely the strongest knights of the generation, and the 7 of us all had the realm of lifting heavy things as if they were light. Unlike now, the monarch doesn't look at the other party's martial skills or character, and completely depends on his own preferences, appointing people based on favoritism, and giving out the King's Guard as if it were a palace title. Is that favoritism King Me, or Joffrey? Is it Jorah Mormont who is not qualified to be the King's Guard, or the Hound who replaced your position? What realm is Big Bear at? Danny touched her nose and asked. Jorah? Sigh, he's worse than you, barely able to move like an arm. The old man said with a look of disgust, after dealing with the attack of the Gith Alliance, you should suspend his duties and let him learn from me for a few years. Knight's spirit is not up to standard, but at least his martial skills should be up to standard, right? Danny was dumbfounded and said in disbelief, How can I be Jorah's opponent? Moreover, I think he's very strong, and many centaurs are not his opponents. Your Majesty, the realm is only the level of skills, it doesn't equate to strength. Innate strength, speed, and the environment at the time, their respective mentality are all key factors that determine victory or defeat. Whitebeard said seriously. For example, the Sword of Dawn, Sir Dane had reached the extraordinary realm of gods, but he still died at the hands of Ed Stark. Speaking up to this point, the old man could not help but sigh endlessly, muttering in a somewhat perplexed manner, Ed Stark is even inferior to Jorah Mormont in terms of realm, strength, and agility. But how did he defeat Daybreak, who was number one in terms of strength, agility, technique, and mental state? 15 years have passed, and the Battle of the Blissful Tower is still a mystery. But I'm sure that Duke Stark is hiding something. Concealing the child of prophecy, Jon Snow. As the two of them were talking, an unsullied soldier hurriedly trotted over from the staircase. Your Majesty, the sentry has reported that the enemy is less than 100 kilometers away from us. They will probably approach the wheat field outside our manor tomorrow evening. Dany walked to the edge of the wall and leaned over to look at the militia who were practicing spear thrusting in the people's square. She sighed, they're finally here. I've been waiting for them for half a month. The work in the farmland is almost delayed. After receiving the news that the anti-Dragon Mother, Guy's coalition army had set out from Cayuan, Dany had carried out a national mobilization. Apart from the Unsullied and the 5,000 Mother of Dragons guards, all families with brothers or adult sons, whether they were city dwellers or farmers, whether they were freedmen or guys, were required to send a young man to serve in the military. There were not many people. Excluding the families who had already joined the Mother of Dragons guards, a total of 30,000 civilians were recruited. The efficiency of mobilization was higher than that of the Seven Dukes, and the negative impact on production was also smaller. Every household had at least one adult man and one adult woman, and every manor was allocated cows and horses. The northern region had a population of more than 500,000, and Robb Stark had only recruited 18,000 people. The agricultural production of the entire northern region had almost collapsed. Because the war had dragged on for too long, large tracts of wheat had rotted in the fields. In the early hours of the next day, Dany rode her little silver horse and led 5,000 Unsullied, 500 Dothraki roaring warriors, 4,000 Mother of Dragons guards, and 20,000 civilians to the north along the coast. The 18,000 people Robb took with him from the northern region were all soldiers. There were no civilians to escort the army's food. Part of the army's needs were provided by the dukes along the way, and the other part was sent to the countryside by scouts to rob the peasants of their food. No different from the Japanese devils who went to the countryside to rob the peasants of their food, the people of Hejien also formed a guerrilla group, the Brotherhood Without Flags, which specialized in hunting down the northerners who robbed the people of their food and strengthened the women in the villages. Well, as the protagonist of the play, how could Robb do such a crazy thing? If he didn't do it, the army would starve to death. In fact, as a standard noble disciple, Robb didn't care about the lives of ordinary people at all. Westeros nobles almost didn't care about the lives of ordinary people. Even in the eyes of Barristan, who pursued the glory of the knights, as long as the king's war was just, the people should pay for the king's survival. Duke Tywin was a little smarter than Robb. He hired a mercenary group from Coer from the other side of the strait, the most notorious mercenary group in the world. The mercenary group was also known as the Blood Troop. There were more than 500 blood troops in total, and they were responsible for helping Duke Tywin's army collect food from the countryside. In just a year or two of war, the once prosperous Hejien had been emptied. Well, I digressed. The civilians recruited by Dany were mainly responsible for transporting food, setting up camp, and digging trenches for the army. Only 9,500 professional soldiers were actually involved in the battle. The wheat on both sides of the road was already filled with milk, and the straw was starting to turn yellow. Farmers wearing straw hats could be seen on the ridge from time to time, holding scythes in their hands. Under the white sun, they stared blankly at the Queen's army that looked like a long dragon. Perhaps, they were looking for their husbands and brothers in the convoy escorting the food? 100 Centaur cavalry were spread out 5 kilometers ahead, scouting the path for the main army. Dany took the lead, walking at the front of the army. Today, she was wearing an inconspicuous grayish-black armor. Helmet, mask, throat armor, plate armor, arm armor, skirt armor, leg guards, and iron boots. Everything was there, and there was not a single flaw on her body. Even the little silver horse under her was covered in silver chainmail that covered its head and abdomen. On her left and right were the brawny Beavis and the white-robed Captain Beristan. The fat eunuch was also riding a horse today, and he was a mounted infantry. Cora was responsible for defending the city, and Butcher Clyde had his own mission, so he did not come with them this time. Behind Danny were the 5,000 Unsullied led by Grey Worm. Behind the Unsullied were the 4,000 Mother of Dragons guards, and behind them were the 20,000 civilians pushing the cart and pulling the ox cart. The army stretched for 4 to 5 kilometers, and the remaining 400 centaurs weaved back and forth, in charge of passing information and counting how many people were left behind. It was not that Danny did not understand the principle of having provisions first before the troops and horses moved, but the key was that they were the defending side, and letting the civilians go first was like sending provisions to the enemy. Ta-ta-ta. Under the scorching sun, the wheat sprouts and the orchard in front of them were distorted by the steam rising from the red dirt road, but Danny could still tell that there were centaur scouts on the road. Report dash, not long after, a centaur dressed strangely came in front of the little silver horse. Well, the centaurs did not have their iconic Dothraki vest now, and Danny forced them to change into the same lightning rod helmet as the Unsullied, as well as light chainmail. There was a loaded crossbow hanging from the saddle on both sides. Compared to normal centaurs, they were really a little strange. Khaleesi, enemy scouts were spotted 5 kilometers ahead, and Agoko killed 2 of them with his bow and arrow. How far are we from the designated battlefield? The voice came from behind the mask, and her tone was a little distorted. 8 kilometers. This. Danny turned to ask her marshal, did we make a mistake? How did they run so fast? They were still 100 kilometers away from Astapor yesterday, and they are already at the Poplar Slope 20 kilometers outside the city by noon today. As early as 5 months ago, when the Anti-Dragon Mother Coalition was still brewing, Beristan had already considered today's situation, and spent half a month to personally check the terrain 50 kilometers outside the city. The experienced general advised Danny to give up on the idea of defending the city, for 3 reasons. 1. The manors outside the city would be destroyed, and the enemy would have difficulty transporting provisions from afar, but they could easily get provisions from outside the city. Of course, Danny could also use scorched earth tactics, but the price would be too high. 2. They would lose the initiative, and the enemy would be exhausted after a long journey of 500 to 600 kilometers, so taking the initiative to attack was the best choice. 3. Danny's Unsullied and Centaur troops were suitable for field battles, and the open field was more advantageous for her. Then, he took a fancy to a low hill 20 kilometers outside the city, a place called Poplar Slope. Poplar Slope was 100 meters above sea level, with a low slope that was advantageous for the enemy to attack downwards. The left side was the sea, and the right side was the coastal road, so the enemy could not avoid it. There was a large poplar forest behind, which was convenient for logging and camping, and they could also use wood to build catapults. According to the previous marching speed of more than 20 kilometers per day, today, they should not have suddenly crossed the distance of 70 kilometers and arrived at Poplar Slope ahead of them. Hearing Danny's inquiry, Beristan did not panic at all, and his voice gave people a sense of calmness. He said, "Don't worry, it should be just the vanguard, and there won't be too many of them. Let our cavalry move out and clear the scouts within 5 kilometers of Poplar Slope." All of them? Didn't you say there weren't many of them? Danny was surprised. Beristan smiled and said, "The other party's scouts must be mercenaries. Let's give them a show of strength first, and those mercenary groups may have other ideas. Surrender to me? They must have signed an agreement with the Gith." Danny shook her head. "Except for the Golden Regiment, all the mercenary groups have had many experiences of breaking contracts," the old man said disdainfully. "Okay." The order was quickly passed down, the centaurs shouted loudly, and the blue flag of the Mother of Dragons guards with white wings kept shaking. After a while, 2,500 riders followed the path opened by the infantry and quickly galloped forward. "Long live the Mother of Dragons, long live Queen Danny, long live the Wings of Liberty." Every cavalry that ran past Danny shouted a slogan. The 4,000 Mother of Dragons guards that followed Dany to the expedition, 2,000 light cavalry, and 2,000 longbowmen, had been trained in 666 mode for half a year. Obviously, with a super infantryman like the Unsullied, Dany would not train any more infantrymen. In the beginning, she also wanted to directly create heavy cavalry like the Westeros Knights. Astapor not only lacked good horses and steel, but also had few qualified blacksmiths. Ordinary horses could not carry armored cavalry, and a regular heavy cavalry needed to be equipped with 3 good horses in addition to a knight attendant with a horse. Otherwise, it would not be able to fight for a long time. Well, a horse had to rest for half a month after a high-intensity sprint for an afternoon, or it would be in danger of being crippled. If a battle lasted for a long time, the knight would change horses halfway, and the man would not rest and the horse would rest. Chapter 122. Although Poplar Slope was not the legendary, dangerous place for military strategists, it was the best place to deploy troops within 30 kilometers. The sun had just set. Dany stood on the hillside, holding the barricade made of poplar tree branches with her left hand and looking into the distance with a pair of binoculars in her right hand. In the twilight, on the plains a kilometer away, pillars of smoke rose like a dense forest. They came from hundreds of campfires. The swaying red flames in the night wind made people think that the curtain of the stars had fallen from the sky and covered the plains. The tents of the slaves and mercenaries were like gray, yellow, brown, and red mushrooms that suddenly emerged from the field that was heavily illuminated by the fire. With the help of the bonfire, Dany saw the tower in front of the other camp and the archers on the tower. In the camp, she also saw slave soldiers with spears in their hands and chains on their feet, Gith soldiers with yellow silk capes, and mercenaries wearing different styles of armor and leather armor. There were also prostitutes who swaggered through the city, wearing thin clothes, carrying wine jugs and teasing the mercenaries who took advantage of them, and vendors who pushed carts and shouted loudly, providing all kinds of goods for the mercenaries and the GC people. A short and fat swineherd was driving a group of fat pigs through the campfire. From time to time, a mercenary would throw out a shiny silver coin, and then a fat pig would be dragged aside by a few smiling mercenaries. Knives flashed, and the dying fat pig would let out its last scream. The footmen who sent messages, the slaves who sharpened their swords on the whetstone, the knights who took off the saddle from the warhorse, the coachman who scolded the poor colt in the stable, all kinds of scenes were clearly imprinted in Dany's eyes. All kinds of voices, the cries of livestock, the sound of metal clashing, the smell of barbecued meat, cooking oatmeal, and the smell of horse dung, sweat, and urine mixed together, crossing the fence of the camp, floating across the fields and hills, surging toward Dany like a wave. It was hazy, almost making her think that it was the sound of waves from the sea farther away. Compared to the opposite side, the camp behind Dany was as dark as a ghost town. It was as quiet as the midnight movie theater in China when Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker was released. Other than herself, there was no audience. The veteran General Barristan was not so strict. It was Dany who was so strict with her soldiers. Whitebeard's previous guess was not wrong. A group of mercenary cavalry was 30 kilometers away from the main force. They were ordered to come to the village of Astapo to collect food. The Anti-Dragon Mother Alliance didn't expect Dany to have the guts to come out of the city and fight. The result was miserable. Less than 200 cavalrymen were besieged by Dany's 2,500 cavalrymen. Apart from a dozen cavalrymen who escaped, the remaining half were killed. The other half saw that the situation was not good and put down their weapons and surrendered. Yes, the centaurs all rode on dragon horses, which had great endurance and speed. After another day and another day, the other party finally arrived. When they arrived at the foot of the poplar slope this afternoon, Dany was shocked. Why did it look like an army of hundreds of thousands? Could it be that the information was wrong? Or perhaps, another group of people joined them halfway through the sea route? Then, Barristan taught her on the spot how to quickly estimate the enemy's strength, estimating that there were more than 70,000 of them, maybe more. Other than 30,000 slave soldiers, 3,000 yellow silk capes, and 5,000 mercenaries, the rest were all merchants and their slaves. Just like how Danny had to arrange for the people to transport food, the enemy's 38,000 soldiers had been traveling for more than 20 days, and the amount of supplies consumed every day was a huge number. Baristan was not surprised. He said to Danny, "In the war between the trading cities of Ursos, the merchants follow the fighting army like flies following a cow's poop. They provide the soldiers with food, wine, medicine, prostitutes, and weapons. They also purchase broken weapons and armor from the victorious armies, as well as surplus military horses. They even buy the defeated soldiers as slaves." Then, Danny asked if the Westeros were like this. Baristan nodded strangely, then shook his head. The trading cities are more focused on commercial credibility. In Westeros, merchants also follow the army, but the merchants are usually the lords of the army. For example, in Duke Tywin's army, most of the merchants are from Casterly Rock City or territories related to Casterly Rock City. If the merchants of the enemy forces dare to go there, they will be eaten clean. Not to mention making money, they may not even be able to keep their lives. Seeing the wooden gate of the opposite camp open and a group of riders holding torches running towards the poplar slope, Danny put down her binoculars and turned to Grey Worm behind her. "Light the torches and lead the way for the guests." "The guests are here, light the torches," Grey Worm shouted. After repeating this a few times, 2 rows of torches started from the middle of the slope and spread up the slope until they reached the gate of the camp. And just 20 meters behind the gate, a wooden palace was built in the spacious open space. The walls were made of wood, the ceiling was thick canvas, and the interior was 100 square meters. When Danny walked over, the wooden palace was already brightly lit. Iri and Jichi were waiting by the door. When they saw Danny, they immediately opened the leather curtain and said, "Khaleesi, do you need to prepare wine and food?" Danny thought for a moment and said, "Bring some wine and hummus. Forget about the food." "Yes." The centaur maid knew how to ride a horse and was more adapted to military life. Doria could not and was left in Astapor. About 10 minutes later, Bevos, who was still wearing a studded black vest, led 3 guests wearing polished helmets with black feathers. "Your Majesty, these are the 3 captains of the Raven Regiment. They claim to have the same honor and authority, so they came together." The 3 captains were of different races. One of them was a burly Gith with a wide face. He was close to 50 years old and had a lot of gray hair in between his black and red hair. One of them was a Quills man with milky white skin and a bald head. There were curved scars on his face. The last one was a Tyroshi man in luxurious clothes. According to the information, the Gith man was called Pranda Nalji Senator. He had made many unfavorable comments about Danny in the Kayuan market. He also called for all the sons of the great harpies to join the battle of the Mother of Dragons. The Quills man was called Sano. Danny's focus was on the Tyroshi man called Dario Nahales. He was the original Danny Rise's favorite lover. The original Danny Rise was a little fly with strong desires. She liked both men and women. She had many lovers. After careful observation, Danny felt that the original owner's taste was too heavy. Dario's mustache was cut into 3 and dyed blue. His eyes and hair were also blue. The mustache on his chin was painted gold and his fingernails were blue. He was also in his early 30s. He was twice Danny Rise's age. How did this flirtatious Dario attract the original Danny Rise? Danny's expression was hidden behind her helmet, and no one noticed it. Only Dario was visibly disappointed when he saw Danny's gray-black armor. Oh, the outside world said that the Mother of Dragons was a peerless beauty with a voluptuous body. Danny was not shy or afraid of being seen by others. She was afraid of death. If a death warrior suddenly shot a torrential pear blossom needle at her, wouldn't it be too stupid to die? Although the armor was ugly, she had deliberately made it less conspicuous, but it was sturdy. Danny had tried it herself. She had shot the armor with steel crossbow bolts from a distance of 2 meters, and the armor, which was relatively weak, was only dented and not penetrated. She decided that in the process of marching and fighting, besides eating, she would also wear armor when sleeping. Take a bath? Sorry, she did not plan to take a bath these few days. The fat eunuch first introduced the name and position of the mercenaries to Danny. Then he pointed to the armor queen sitting on the high wooden chair and said to the 3 mercenaries in a very proud tone, "See? The current queen of Astapor, the mother of dragons, Danny rise the first. I say, you should kneel down and surrender immediately." "Ha, I only see a pitiful worm hiding in the armor at night." When Danny was lamenting Dario's strange makeup, Pranda's loud laughter came from the opposite side. "Captain Pranda, I'm a weak woman. It's a good habit to be cautious." Danny laughed softly. Her voice was clear and crisp, with the unique charm of a young girl, but the tone of her words was bone-chilling. "But the problem is, you are an old mercenary who has been in battle for a long time. How did you live to such an old age with such a big mouth?" "What did you say?" The Githa's wide face was full of anger. "I said, now I'm strong and you're weak. If you make me unhappy, you may not live long." Danny laughed. "With your motley crew? Or, like taking Astapor, break the oath made before the negotiation and kill me here?" Pranda sneered loudly. "Ellie, Jichi, pour wine for the guests." Danny waved to the maid, then looked at the Gith captain and said, "I didn't break the oath in the past, and I won't break the oath now." Pranda was not polite, nor was he worried that Danny would poison him. He picked up the glass and drank it. "Humph, Astapor's benevolent lord treated you sincerely, but you took away their city. How is that not a violation of the oath? Let me ask you, when I bought the Unsullied, did I buy it on credit?" Without waiting for him to answer, Danny asked again, "After the transaction, can I move freely? Then we can also attack you freely and kill you in the end." Pranda said coldly. "You are not my opponent. This time, I asked you to negotiate to respect the traditional etiquette, and to persuade some people who don't deserve to die to escape the trip to hell." Danny said lightly. "Woman, your threat is like the braying of a donkey, no threat. A woman's words may not be a threat, but I'm not only a woman, I'm a descendant of Valeglia, Targaryen born of the storm, Khaleesi of the Sea of Grass. If these are not enough to make you feel threatened, then I'm the queen of 10,000 Unsullied, I have 30,000 freedom guards under my command, and there are 3 Megalosaurus in the sky." Danny smiled faintly. "Bah!" Pranda spat a mouthful of thick phlegm in Danny's direction and mocked, "I only see a horse king's whore. After we win, I'll take turns to ride you with my mount, ha ha ha." Beavos pulled out his Arak scimitar, looked around, and asked, "Whitebeard, isn't it time for the Kingsguard to perform their duties?" Let the strong man Beavis cut off his disgusting tongue. Baristan glanced at Pranda with sword-like eyes and said lightly, "No, Beavos, the queen has guaranteed the safety of these people. Tomorrow, I'll perform my duty, and I'll remember the appearance of this square-headed Gith. Sigh, it seems that we can't talk anymore. Commander Pranda." Danny took down the broadsword on her knees and leaned back on the chair before standing up and making a gesture to send the guests off. "Or, Commander Zeno and Commander Dario have different ideas?" At the last moment, she asked. "There's no need to sow discord, our answer is the same." The Raven commanders stood up from their chairs at the same time, and Pranda stared at Danny as if looking at a dead person, that is, no. After that, he left with his companions. Chapter 123. Less than half an hour after the 3 leaders of the Raven mercenaries left, Eunuch Beavos brought 3 men and a woman from the opposite camp. The men had rough faces, shoulder-length curly black hair, and were dressed in burly clothes. Their faces were covered in whiskers, and they wore grayish-black plate armor over brown leather armor. However, the 3 of them were dressed similarly, and they also looked. Danny was a little blind. The woman, on the other hand, caught Danny's attention. She had a high nose bridge, and her features were well defined. She was beautiful with a hint of valiance. Her height was about 1.75 meters, and her limbs were slender and strong. Her long legs were wrapped in leather armor, and her fiery red hair was as bright as a burning flame under the light of the torch. Unlike the casual attire of the Raven mercenaries, the 4 of them had palm-sized blue roses on their chests. The 4 of you are the leaders of the Rose mercenary group. Are you in the same position? Danny frowned. Convincing one person to surrender was definitely easier than convincing multiple leaders to surrender. Sometimes, 1 or 2 of them would have their own ideas, but they would not dare to show it in front of their companions. I am the leader, and they are the captains. We want to see the dragon. The man in the middle with a centipede scar on his brow also frowned. His gaze swept across the unsheathed longsword on Danny's knees, and his frown deepened. Danny nodded. Hello, I am Danny Liz Targaryen. But the dragon is not here. I am afraid you won't be able to see it tonight. That's a pity. I am the leader of the Rose mercenary group, Jon Snow. What? Danny could not hold it in any longer and cried out in shock. Jon Snow was here. But looking at him. All right, she remembered that Jon also had black hair and a full beard in the television series. He did not look like a 15-year-old boy at all. Jon Snow was about the same age as Danny, and they were even born in the same month. Hearing Danny's exclamation, the 4 people opposite her were not surprised at all. Your Majesty, you did not hear wrongly. I am Snow. My ancestors were Westeros from the Northern Territory. I have always followed the customs of the Northern Territory. The bearded captain nodded and sighed with a complicated expression. Oh, that's right. His surname is Snow, and he's an illegitimate child from the Northern Territory. This was like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Danny purposely made an "oh" sound, disguising her previous gaffe as a surprise of meeting a fellow countryman. It's rare to meet a Westeros tens of thousands of miles away. There was a large group of Jon Snow in the Northern Territory, and just like the House of Starks, Brandon, Jon, was too common. For example, Robb had 2 underlings, one was called Big John, and the other was called Little John. Other than the main character, there were probably dozens of Jon Snows in the Northern Territory. Not just one, all 4 of us have Northern blood in us, the red-haired woman interrupted with a smile. My name is Layla Amber. Hello, Mother of Dragons. My name is Bruce Wayne. Hello, Mother of Dragons. My name is Herman Tauha. The 2 of them introduced themselves in turn. Well, after meeting a Jon Snow, that Batman could no longer move Danny. Your Majesty, the Rose Group was founded during the time of Aegon the Conqueror. After witnessing the power of the Megalosaurus and His Majesty Aegon's military strength, the King of the Northern Territory, Torrhen Stark, decided to give up the crown of the King of the Northern Territory and voluntarily surrendered to Aegon I. But at that time, a large group of Northerners did not agree with Torrhen's decision and chose to exile themselves. Those Northerners who were stranded on the other side of the narrow sea formed a mercenary group to serve the major cities in order to survive, which is now known as the Rose Group. The group emblem is the flower of the Northern Territory, a blue winter snow rose, Barristan said slowly. Torrhen Stark actually made a very wise decision. The remaining 5 of the 7 countries had surrendered. Aegon gathered the military strength of the 5 countries, which was several times that of the Northerners. Moreover, the other party had 3 Megalosaurus. There was no chance of winning at all. But because he was the only king who surrendered without a fight, history had a very bad evaluation. He was known as the King of Surrender. If it was in the ancient times of the Celestial Empire, it would probably be the Marquis of Obedience, or the Duke of Peace and Happiness. It was no wonder that a group of stubborn Northerners chose to be exiled. Could it be the legendary, fearless Barristan? Commander Jon carefully looked at the white-bearded man beside Danny for a while and said in shock, "Why are you here?" "That's me. I'm here to protect the true dragon." The old man nodded slightly and said proudly. Jon Snow's expression changed again. The companions beside him whispered to each other. Sigh, your ancestors are not even willing to submit to Aegon. It seems that today's meeting will not end well. Dany sighed. Red-haired Lila's eyes flashed. She put down the wine glass and laughed. Why is there no meat? I'm still hungry. During the war, I will not provide food and salt to people who are not my allies. Dany looked at her and said firmly. It seems that I didn't misunderstand. You put your sword on your knee, which means that you refuse to establish a relationship as a guest, Jon said thoughtfully. Oh, it seems that you haven't forgotten your roots, Dany said. But what's the point of this? The others may not understand what you mean. Red-haired Lila said strangely. Etiquette and traditions are never shackles imposed on others. I learn etiquette and understand traditions only to restrain myself and regulate my behavior, Dany said lightly. Barristan, Jon Snow, the red-haired Lila, and the others were shocked and moved when they heard this. Your Majesty, I'm very sorry. We can't violate the contract. As you said, since we understand traditions, no matter what others do, we have to abide by ourselves. After a while, Jon said slowly. His tone was much gentler than before, and his attitude toward Dany was more respectful. Even the way he addressed her had changed. Dany saw the obvious regret and struggle on the faces of the other three people. She thought for a moment and said, I promised the Guys Alliance in the afternoon that I would not send troops to attack your camp tonight. Then at least we are not enemies tonight. Seeing that we are all from Westeros, I'll send you. How many people are there in the Rose group? She asked Beworth. 300 cavalry, 500 infantry. Send Captain Jon 160 barrels of Great Wall Dry Red. Let all the people in the northern region drink, she said generously. Great Wall Dry Red was naturally a name made up for the northerners. The most famous thing in the northern region was the Great Wall. According to its real effect, it should be called, 3 bowls of wine will not cross the line. The barrels of high-concentration white wine plus sweet grape juice were small 5 liters per barrel. 160 barrels were enough to make 800 otherworlders who saw distilled white wine for the first time unable to get out of bed. Great Wall, red wine. Red-haired Lila was stunned at first, then laughed heartily. We have the blood of our ancestors. Both men and women have amazing alcohol tolerance. I'm afraid 160 barrels are not enough. It doesn't matter. Then add another 80 barrels. I hope you can be satisfied. After the 4 members of the Rose group left, Barristan said doubtfully, you plan to give the wine to the Guys people, don't worry, we have prepared enough wine. After about an hour, the fat eunuch led the Second Son group into the wooden palace. This time, it was finally a person who came. The Second Son group's leader, Merlot, was a tall Braavosi. He gave himself the nickname, Titan's Bastard. He had a pair of light green eyes and a long and dense red and gold beard. Well, it was longer than Dany's braids. The end of his beard almost reached his waist. The Braavosi man with the braid over his lips was very arrogant. He did not say a word after he sat down on the chair. First, he downed the wine on the wooden table in front of him, let out a disgusting burp, and smiled obscenely at Dany. Silver Queen. Hee. I remember that I fucked your sister in the brothel in my hometown. Or is that you? Show your face and let me see. Silver gold hair, purple eyes, plump. Damn it, you're not as big as her even if you put on a thick iron shell. I've got the wrong person, sorry. But we'll try it now, ha ha ha. In the wooden tent, whether it was Barristan, Beevos, the unsullied guards and the centaur maids, they were all angry. They wanted to rush up and kill the Titan. Dany looked calm and smiled faintly. Did I remember wrongly? What? Dany's attitude made the long-bearded man stunned. In the story of the 3,000 warriors defending Kohor, your Second Son's regiment was smart enough to run away. Why are you so retarded today? Danny said coldly. How many years ago was that story? Now it's the Titan's illegitimate son who's leading the second son's regiment. Mero roared. So, you've decided to lead 500 members to fight with my 100,000 troops to the end? Well, as a citizen of the Celestial Empire, how could she not abide by the traditions of the ancient people of the Celestial Empire? During the Battle of Red Cliff, Cao Cao dared to shout, "I have an army of 800,000, with 70,000 people." Danny didn't even raise the banner of 200,000 troops. She was already humble enough. Hearing Danny's threatening words, the big bearded man laughed out loud. "Little girl, you want to recruit me?" He waved at Danny, who was sitting on a high wooden chair opposite him. He patted his thigh and smiled lewdly. "Take off that annoying armor and come sit on my thigh. Make me happy and satisfied. Maybe I'll consider bringing the second son's regiment over." "I'll castrate you," Danny said coldly. "You can try castrating me with your teeth, but I have to tell you, my sword is not only thick and long, it's also harder than Valeglia steel. Do you want me to take it out for you to check?" "Ha ha ha." "Commander of the White Flag," Danny called. "Here." Grey Worm stepped out and knelt on one knee. The flag used by the Unsullied was white with a few light grey strokes on it. It was roughly in the shape of a dragon, symbolizing the pure and flawless dragon soldiers. They were also qualified to use the pure white flag because they didn't rob and didn't know how to be strong. They could be called the world's most honest army. It should be explained here that in the world of ice and fire, the white flag didn't mean surrender. Instead, the striped and colored flag was a symbol of peace. The defeated army could also raise the colored flag and surrender. Well, it seemed that the people of this world were a little difficult. They couldn't raise their underwear and surrender at the critical moment. After all, white underwear was more hygienic and cheaper. It was the most common underwear. But who would wear colored striped underwear? Grey Worm, before the attack tomorrow afternoon, you must send an order to the whole army, Danny pointed at the big Bravosi and said in a cold voice. Regardless of friend or foe, any soldier who kills someone with a beard longer than my braid will be conferred the title of Count and rewarded with 10,000 gold. Yes. Grey Worm was puzzled for a moment, but he immediately answered without any expression. Hiss, the Titan illegitimate son gasped. The teasing and lewd look on his face instantly disappeared, and his expression became extremely serious. This. Many people in the camp have long beards. He forced a smile. It's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go, Danny said with a murderous look. I'm the queen. I have money and empty titles. Chapter 124. Big Beard Mero seemed to have a soldering iron under his butt as he kept twisting. Dragon Queen, listen to me. I'm not the only one who has the final say in this mercenary group. After all, we have signed an unbreakable sacred contract with Kaiyuan. Can you let me discuss it with my brothers and give you an answer tomorrow morning? Answer what? About joining us. This guy softened after just a few sentences. Alright, you can discuss it with them. Danny was a little disdainful as she asked him to leave. The son of the Titan did not get up. He gripped the back of the chair tightly with both hands and said awkwardly, that, the reward, depends on your answer tomorrow morning. After all, the attack will only start in the afternoon, Danny said lightly. Alright. Mero stood up and said, Dragon Queen, you've given the Rose group a few hundred barrels of wine. Does the second son group have any gifts as a token of friendship? Sure, I'll give you 10 barrels. That's too little. I have a bunch of brothers under me. The illegitimate son of the Titan will not drink alone. The big guy regained his cheeky attitude. 30 barrels. The Rose group has already, cough cough cough. Danny seemed to have let it slip. She coughed violently and tilted her head slightly to the side. She added awkwardly, the Rose group is different from you. They are all descendants of Westeros nobles, Your Majesty. Baristan called out with a sullen face and interrupted her. In the end, he even glared at Marrow with murderous eyes. After a while, the murderous intent disappeared. His blue eyes were filled with helplessness and sighing. Oh, this old man is not simple. This spontaneous reaction, this tacit cooperation, this acting, Dany gave Baristan a thumbs up in her heart. She coughed a few times and said, Leader Marrow, the Rose Group is too shameless. They have already asked for more than half of my wine. We still have to entertain other people later. Sorry, I only have 30 barrels. Marrow's eyes flashed with a bright light. He didn't insist anymore and said with a smile, Calixi, we will toast you 3 times and give you an answer when the sun rises. While waiting for the next mercenary group leader, Whitebeard wondered, Your Majesty, it seems that Merlot really has the idea of joining us. The crazy words before were more like a test to test your tolerance for him. The more you can endure, the more you need his mercenary group. The more desperate you are, the higher his asking price will be. When the price reaches the point where he has to pay the price for breaking the contract, he might bring the Second Sons over to our side. On the other hand, the Rose Society treated you with the most gentleness. In the end, they were obviously convinced by your wisdom and bearing. However, the Rose Society's reputation is far from the Second Son Society's. It could be said that in the continent of Ursos, the Gold Mercenary Group was unquestionably the most trustworthy, while the Rose Mercenary Group was at least in the top 3. Before we are defeated, the Rose Group will definitely fight us to the bitter end. Dany glanced at him and smiled. Weren't you cooperating with me just now? To sow discord between the Anti-Dragon Alliance and the Rose Society. The old man smiled bitterly. Just as I often tell you common sense, you can't trust the mercenaries completely. The Gith people have similar wisdom. Whether the plan succeeds or not, it won't affect the slave owners' vigilance towards the mercenary group. Just wait and see. Dany smiled faintly. After that, Dany met with 7 or 8 mercenary group leaders. There were many mercenary groups in the continent of Ursos. Except for 2 or 3 famous mercenary groups with 100 years of history, there were not many members of unknown mercenary groups. The strongest mercenary group had a mix of 400 to 500 people on foot and cavalry, barely forming a legion formation. The weakest mercenary group had only about 50 infantrymen, which could only serve as bodyguards for merchants and caravans. They were even more pitiful than Dany in the Red Wilderness. Although the Second Sons and the Raven Regiment only had 500 people, they were all cavalry. Moreover, every one of them was equipped with armor. Their mounts were also clad in iron armor. Each cavalry was equipped with 3 fine horses and had an attendant to serve them. They were the kind of true cavalry. To all the mercenary group leaders, Dany treated them equally. She did not ask them to come in groups just because they were weak. As long as they had the name of a mercenary group leader, they would be summoned individually and sent an invitation to join in the righteous cause. If someone asked for good wine, Dany would send out 5 or 10 barrels. Those small mercenary groups were weak and did not have the confidence to speak rudely to Dany like the Raven Mercenary Group and the Second Sons. In this way, they were busy until the early hours of the morning, when the last wave of guests arrived. There were so many virtuous and great masters that Dany had to leave the wooden palace and stand at the gate of the camp to welcome the guests. 100 attendants surrounded 10 great slave owners. The Gith guards rode tall and strong black horses. The virtuous masters of Kayuan and the great masters of Meereen sat on tall double-humped white camels. Like the Gith warriors of Astapor, they had tall black and red hair, yellow cloth skirts, leather armor, undershirts, and silk cloaks with neatly arranged polished copper plates. However, these warriors had one more piece of equipment, a bronze helmet, a long cylindrical helmet nearly 1 meter high, almost as long as 2 heads. Although it was the first time she had encountered such a strange helmet, Dany immediately accepted their style. After all, with the hairstyle of the Gith people, only such a helmet would not crush the strange towering hair below. In order to let the guests walk into the wooden palace with their heads held high, Danny had to let the Unsullied quickly remove the lintel of the wooden stake and cut open the canvas attached to it with a knife. Fortunately, the roof of the hall was particularly high because of the consideration of the bonfire. There were 80 Gith attendants left outside the wooden palace, and there were too many people to stand. After the 10 fat slave owners sat down under the service of 2 servant soldiers and introduced each other, Danny asked out of politeness, "Do you want to be taken off the helmet temporarily? It can be easier." However, her good intentions were met with merciless ridicule from the other party. "The son of a harpy is not as delicate as a little girl like you." "Oh, do you know how heavy my armor is? At least I don't need anyone to help me." Danny sneered. Although her armor was not as exaggerated as Barristan's 65 kilograms, it was still a full-body armor from head to toe, weighing 40 kilograms. In the past 6 months, through the rapid recovery effect of the dragon's spirit state and crazy training, she was able to wear such heavy armor and run normally today. "Well, run, not walk." "Woman, don't try to show off your eloquence," said the middle-aged man sitting in the middle. He was also a Grazidan, but he came from the famous Uraz family in Kayuan, and was not the same person as the one in the family crematorium. Well, the warlord Yuan Kai, in the intelligence was him. Not to mention, this Grazidan was lean and strong, with sharp eyes, and looked a bit like a warrior. Well, if you ignore the unicorn hairstyle that protruded from his forehead by 20 centimeters. With such a hairstyle, it was almost impossible to do anything too intense unless the horn on the head was used to attack the enemy. Grazidan seemed to have been woken up from his sleep, and his temper was very bad. Now is the time for the great sage to rest, but he has to negotiate with an arrogant and ignorant woman like you. It is good that you are willing to sit down and negotiate with us. At least you have some sense and know that you have no chance of winning on the battlefield. Immediately, take your eunuchs and leave Astapor, and leave Slave Bay. This is the greatest kindness we can give you." "Sorry, but I will not leave." Danny clasped her fingers in the lobster-shaped iron gloves and coldly glanced at the 10 people in front of her. She slowly but firmly said, "I want to conquer Slave Bay, conquer Kayuan, conquer Myrene. I want there to be no more slaves in Slave Bay. I want the Gith people to no longer buy or sell slaves. I want this land to become a paradise of freedom." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the 10 slave masters and 20 Gith guards laughed until tears came out of their eyes. "This little bitch said she wants to conquer us." Grazidan laughed and said to the people on his left and right, "It's dark. She must be dreaming." Grazidan nodded and looked at Danny with disdain. "We are the sons of the Harpies, and we came from the ancient Gith Empire. When your Valeglia ancestors were still sheep, we had already ruled the world. If boasting about my ancestors is useful, I would be the commander of 300 Dragon King riding Megalosaurus," Danny said calmly. "Humph, you have an army of 100,000 in front of you. Behind the army is an unbreakable city. Within the city are proud and brave nobles and fearless commoners. Outside Slaver's Bay, there are countless trading cities on our side. There are thousands of warships and hundreds of thousands of soldiers. We may lose tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and we may lose countless times in the future. But this world needs us, and countless people will support us. We will never truly die. And you?" Grazidan pointed his right index finger at Danny and said coldly, "You will win 1, 2, but your Unsullied will decrease each time. After you lose the first time, you will never have the chance to win again. I can even see your ending. The most beautiful future is that you will be defeated in the battle tomorrow afternoon and captured. If that happens, we will be interested in taking you as a slave and bringing you to Kai Yuan to teach you the 7 cries of spring. Ha ha ha, I think in Lys and Tyrash's brothel, the people will be generous to sleep with the last Targaryen." Danny twisted her neck and said thoughtfully, "I always thought that you slave masters' heads are filled with shit, and you have lost your intelligence and ability to think. I didn't expect you to know that tomorrow's battle is likely to be lost, and you are preparing to use the millstone tactic to wear down my unsullied soldiers. She had always been confused. Everyone in the world knew that 20,000 Dothraki roaring warriors had fallen to 3,000 unsullied. How could the slave masters fight 10,000 unsullied with 30,000 slave soldiers, 3,000 yellow silk cloaks, and 5,000 mercenaries? It turned out that they had never thought of eliminating her in one go. Dany couldn't help but think of the wealth she had plundered in Astapor. Limitless. Just counting the gold and silver, there were 15 million gold royals, enough for Robert to squander for 30 years. That's right, that much gold. It seemed exaggerated, but thinking about it, Astapor had never been occupied by anyone, and it had been trading slaves for 5,000 years. On average, it only earned 3,000 gold royals a year. Alright, this wealth was accumulated in the last 400 years. When Valeglia still existed, the gold and silver were all taken by the greedy Dragon King. Cayuan was several times richer than Astapor, and Meereen was richer than Cayuan. Oh, Valeglia's wealth was unimaginable. No wonder everyone knew that the Smoke Sea was a place of no return, and yet they still rushed there. Alright, I digress. With such a huge amount of wealth, how many mercenaries could the Gith slave master hire? According to the Anti-Dragon Mother Alliance, they could also wear down Dany trapped in Astapor. Chapter 125. Needless to say, the Gith people were really optimistic. If this was a normal war, Dany would definitely lose. However, this was not a simple war, but a revolution. Dany, who grew up under Marxist philosophy, was 100% sure that as a revolutionary martyr, she might really become a martyr, but as long as the general trend was formed, slavery would definitely be eliminated. Marx would not agree that feudalism could not defeat slavery. The arrogant slave masters only saw the unsullied, but ignored the hundreds of thousands of free people who were getting used to freedom and the beautiful feudal society. They were the fundamental support of Dany's future, while the unsullied belonged to the present. As she continued to win, the number of free people under her command would increase, and the free guards would become stronger and stronger. The mercenaries fought for money, while the free guards fought for freedom and their families. Who was more resilient and determined to fight? Dany would definitely win. Using the power of the old slaves and the new free people to break the slavery system, creating a snowball effect. This was the difference between Dany and the original Dany Rise. The original Dany Rise sympathized with the slaves and hated the slave masters. She only let the unsullied free the slaves because of her personal feelings. She did not bring a new and stronger system to the free people who were temporarily freed from their chains. All along, the hundreds of thousands of newly freed slaves had been Dany Rise's burden. The immense pressure made it hard for her to breathe. She had to provide them with food and clothing, provide them with the protection of the unsullied, and marry the slave masters so that they would not be killed. Yes, the liberated slaves finally married a slave master. Seeing that Dany understood their plan but did not show any signs of panic, Grazidan's heart sank. He immediately had a bad feeling. You are the Targaryen born of the storm, the true heir to the throne of the Sunset Continent. Why don't you return to your country? Under the teachings of the seven gods, there are no slaves and no slave trade. You should return to your paradise. He calmed himself down and said slowly. I will return, but not now, Dany said calmly. If you return now, we will allow you to take away Astapor's wealth. At least 10 million gold royals, right? It's enough for you to restore your country. Dan's eyes turned sharp as he threatened, when you run away in defeat, not only will you lose the unsullied army at its peak, you won't be able to take a single copper coin with you. Oh, honorable masters, Dany suddenly smiled and said softly, I think you have misunderstood something. What? Glash was puzzled. You're different from the benevolent lords of Astapor. The way they treat the unsullied. They even did something as demonic as killing babies. Naturally, I have to send the demons back to hell. Although you treat your slaves cruelly and bear many sins, your sins do not warrant death. I want to tell you that even if I take down Kaiyuan and Mirin, I won't punish you like the other virtuous lords, Danny said with a smile. Glasden said coldly, you are very arrogant, but tomorrow, our army of 100,000 will kill all your Unsullied. Danny waved her hand and said with a smile, we'll leave the war for tomorrow. Right now, we're just discussing our bottom lines. If there's an accident in the war, we can't blame anyone. But if you find that the situation is unfavorable, there's no need to panic. You can surrender to me, and I promise that I won't harm you. If you surrender before the war, then it's best. I'll only take away the slaves under your name as well as the rewards for their years of service. What do you think? Very generous conditions, aren't they? Without slaves, you can hire contract workers. There are no slaves in Westeros either, but have any of you ever heard of a noble lord farming and cooking on his own? Your so-called generous conditions are the greatest insult to the great sons of Harpies, Glasden said angrily. Dan roared angrily, listen up. As long as we still have a breath left in us, we will never surrender to the lowly bitch queen. The sons of Harpies will never bow to anyone. The other 9 slave masters said in unison. Very good, as expected of the great bloodline of the Guji's empire. Danny applauded. As long as you understand, Glasden said proudly. Yes, I understand your pride. Please remember the tradition of us Westeros. Only by raising the flag will it represent surrender and peace, Danny said with a smile. Glasden and the 9 slave masters, the great masters and virtuous masters led 100 guards and left angrily on their white camels. When they left, the moon was hidden and the stars were scarce. The sky was in the deepest darkness. The noisy camp at the foot of the hill was also quiet. Only the dim bonfire flickered in the breeze. Aya! Danny stretched lazily and groaned, dawn is coming. Grey Worm, wake up all the warriors and civilians. Eat breakfast first, then change into armor. Remember, be gentle. Don't make loud metal clashing sounds. Your Majesty, don't worry. The armor is covered with a layer of linen. It won't reflect light or make too much noise. According to your instructions, the horse's hooves are also wrapped in soft fur. The horse's mouth is also stuffed with hard wood. The eunuch warrior's iron-like face was expressionless. But when he said the last sentence, his eyes showed a strange look. Your Majesty, your method is really effective. After the horse's mouth is stuffed, it really stopped crying, he said. The precious experience left by the ancestors could not be wrong. After Grey Worm left, Barristan looked at Danny with a complicated expression. I've been in the military all my life, but I've never fought such a battle. How did you fight? Danny squatted in front of the camp gate and took a steaming beef bun from Iri. It was a big, thin, and pure beef bun. She ate it until her mouth was full of oil. Since she had become the queen, how could Danny not use her privilege to make the exquisite food of the Celestial Empire? All she needed to do was to move her mouth a little more, and the kitchen maids under her would be able to make the original meat buns. Not only buns and steamed buns, dumplings, spring rolls, and youtiao had become the favorite breakfast food of the Estapo people. The beef bun was steamed yesterday evening. When Danny received the mercenary group leader, the soldiers under her were all sleeping. From 7:00 last night to 3:00 in the morning, they should have rested enough. Breakfast was still warm meat buns. We will gather our forces and set up a battle array in an open area. Soldier against soldier, general against general, and attack each other openly. The White Knight said. In the process of a life and death battle, if you have an iron sword in your hand and the opponent only has a wooden stick, will you throw away the iron sword and pick up a wooden stick to fight the opponent fairly? Danny drank a mouthful of milk and asked with a smile. We are not pedantic. The old man also took a bowl-sized bun from the maid's tray and said vaguely as he chewed. Let's not talk about the Unsullied. Our soldiers train 3 times a day in the morning, and afternoon. They only rest once every 7 days. Even the militia that organizes the transportation of grain has military training twice a week. In terms of discipline and formation proficiency, we are far superior to the other side. Since we know that our strengths can counter the other side's weaknesses, why don't I make use of them? Danny said with a smile. That's true. The old general sighed and said, Your Majesty is not only a natural queen, but also a natural general. I'm only in charge of local assaults. You are the true commander of our army. Danny was very self-aware. During the process of tactical formulation, she only gave suggestions. The details were left to the experienced old general. Not long after, Grey Worm led 40 to 50 fully armored soldiers over in a hurry. Calixi, the brothers are ready. Ag said. Dozens of commanders, including the Unsullied, the Centaurs, the Mother of Dragons guards, and the militia that managed the civilian camps, lined up neatly in 2 rows according to their ranks. Let's go inside the tent to talk. Danny nodded to the Blood Alliance guard and led the way to the wooden palace. 100 square meters to accommodate 40 to 50 soldiers was a bit crowded, especially after a large round table was placed in the room. This is the new defensive map of the enemy camp. Danny pointed to the wide parchment on the table. Baristan held a stack of parchment in his hand and distributed it to every general who entered the room. He said, The places marked with red lines are the targets of your teams. If there's anything you don't understand, you can look at it yourself on the map, or you can ask me. Your Majesty, my mission has changed. A bald man in gray plate armor with a scar on his face looked at Danny in confusion. This person was called Scarback Simon. Although his face was covered with whip scars, the whip scars on his back were even more terrifying. They were so densely packed that it was almost impossible for people with trypophobia to see them. It was all because he was disobedient and had been taken as a slave master. He was a very rebellious Luarnese man. When he was registering, he found Danny in the square to meet the petitioners. He recommended himself to her, saying that he had some military talent and could become the Queen's Guard. He was not bragging. Because of his excellent performance in the Free Guards training, he had now become the commander of the Mother of Dragons Cavalry Brigade. His position was only below Baristan. Last night, the Rose Regiment's camp was changed to the southwest corner. And they drank more than half of the 200 barrels of Great Wall Dry Red I gave them. You only need the militia to surround them, and your elite cavalry regiment will attack the Raven Regiment's camp. Danny said with a smile. Danny's army was located in the south, the slave army was 1 kilometer away in the north, and the west was a bumpy coastal rocky area, which was very unsuitable for marching. According to the slave master's expected pattern of war, the Rose Regiment in the southwest corner could only attack the Mother of Dragons head-on. It was impossible for them to escape. Similarly, if the Rose Regiment really intended to destroy the excellent reputation that they had accumulated over hundreds of years and secretly turn to the evil Mother of Dragons, they, who were located in the southwest corner of the battlefield, would be less of a threat to Githa's camp. The 3 dragons are here, what about Astapor? A fat general who looked like a clerk asked. The fat man's name was Morono Ayaz Dubois. He was a very smart guy. He used to be a poor slave. After being liberated by Danny, he first joined the militia, and then stood out in the militia. He was transferred to the Free Guards by Yora Mormont, and now he was the commander of the Mother of Dragons infantry. He was one of the few intelligent generals under Danny's command. The longbowmen were part of the infantry and were now under Morono's command. It's only 20 kilometers. We can fly back in 10 minutes, Danny said to him. Through the open roof, he saw that the eastern sky was already turning white. Baristan frowned and said, Is there a problem? No. The drawing is very detailed. We have also surveyed the terrain before. The generals and officers spoke sparsely. Set off immediately. The old general ordered. Yes. The generals answered in unison. Chapter 126. On the east coast of Slaver Bay, the camp of the Anti-Mother of Dragons Alliance stretched for more than 10 miles. Although mercenaries, slaves, peddlers, and prostitutes were mixed in the camp, the Alliance army did not lack basic military literacy. Outside the camp, there was a 2-story sentry tower every 100 meters, extending to 500 meters outside the camp. Each sentry tower had 2 or 3 sentries, either holding gongs or hanging horns on their waists. They would sound the alarm when they encountered the enemy. Danny's 2,600 cavalry left the camp from behind the poplar slope. They first walked 2 kilometers to the east, then under the cover of the dense forest and weeds, they turned 3 kilometers to the north. Then, under the dim morning light, they slowly lurked to the enemy camp in the west. Well, they did not directly attack the enemy camp. If Danny acted arbitrarily and did as she wished, she would definitely rush down the slope and attack the enemy camp. But the experienced veteran told her that although the camp was chaotic with peddlers and prostitutes, in fact, the front of the camp was full of mercenaries who were used to fighting in the wild. Moreover, the enemy must have set up layers of barricades and trenches near the camp. If they really rushed in, they would face a strong defensive circle like a small fortress. Simply put, there were dozens of strong small camps in the big camp. The big camp was loose, but the small camp where the mercenary group was stationed was very strict. Even if the leader could not hold back and wanted to hold hands with a prostitute, he had to do it outside the mercenary camp. Because of the good defense, the mercenary group members were more confident in their own safety. Moreover, the individual mercenary group was tightly organized. Even if there was chaos at night, there would not be the camp chaos that the ancient army was most afraid of. The leader was right next to you. How could you make the camp chaos? Those who were timid and disobedient had been eliminated in countless battles. This was the difference between the ancient army in the TV series and the mercenary group in the alternate world. Therefore, Danny did not lead the army to attack the enemy's Iron Head. Instead, she made a big circle and hit the enemy's Tofu waist from the side. A breeze blew, bringing a soft sound among the branches in the forest, lingering in Danny's ears. The east was suffused with a white belly, and the sky above her head seemed to be covered with a layer of lead clouds, gradually turning from deep indigo to gray. Like the other soldiers, Danny led her warhorse and squatted in the grass that was half a person's height. Although the little silver horse beside him was chewing on a walnut and was unable to neigh, its body was not still. It continuously stretched out its hooves to push open the soft, wet ground that was covered with fallen leaves. He could hear the buzzing of insects flapping their wings and the hushed breathing of the soldiers behind him. From time to time, he could also hear the subtle sounds of weapons clashing and chainmail sliding due to the soldiers' nervousness. But in Danny's ears, these voices seemed hazy and blurry, as if they were real and illusory. Oh my God, I'm going to lead the charge. Is this real? Could he post it on his WeChat moments to ease the pressure? If I can do a live stream, how many fans will I gain? While waiting, Danny's imagination ran wild. Hula, a huge black shadow flew over her and the soldiers behind her. It was Dahe. When it flew over the soldiers' heads, it meant that the sentry post had already been taken down by the centaur team led by Go. Danny immediately got up and led her horse forward slowly in the grass. Without needing her to give the order, the other 2,000 cavalrymen followed suit. After sensing the megalosaurus above their heads, they got up and moved forward. Yes, they did not ride horses. In order to save horsepower, they had to lead their horses for this 5 kilometers journey. Whoosh, ah, the soldier on the sentry post held the arrow tail in his chest and howled in pain. Dang dang dang. The other guard on the sentry post did not even bother to check on his comrade's injury. He nimbly squatted behind a wooden pillar and frantically hit the gong in his hand. Enemy attack, the shrill cry quickly spread to the rear along with the sound of the gong. Rumble, finally, when they were 200 meters away from the camp, Agu failed. But he could not be blamed. The sky was already gray, and the fireballs that leapt out from the horizon in the east had even begun to shoot down golden arrows to the ground. In order to be more hidden, they could only squat in the grass, not daring to get too close. Thus, someone failed and did not manage to hit all the sentries at the same time. "Get on the horse." The veteran General Beristan stood up and nimbly got on his horse. The stealthy cavalrymen no longer hid their tracks. They let loose and rushed out from the dark grass like a black cloud, slashing towards the camp in the west. Dang dang dang. Enemy attack. At this moment, the enemy's camp also reacted. The panic and fear in their voices could even be felt by Danny, who was 200 meters away. "Steady, steady your speed, do not charge." Scarback Simon sternly shouted at his cavalrymen. Danny pursed her lips. That voice. The enemy in the opposite camp must have heard it too. She still remembered the day when she received the officer. The White Knight had told her, the reason why Scarback Simon was chosen as the commander, other than his honesty, stubbornness, loyalty, and trustworthiness, his unparalleled loud voice was also a huge plus point. In fact, his combat skills were not high, and he was not even qualified. But while combat skills and commanding skills could be learned, his loud voice was innate. Woo woo woo. When they approached the enemy's wooden fence, the low bugle horn sounded continuously in the camp 10 miles away. Under the first ray of sunlight in the morning, the slave masters who had fallen asleep in the wee hours of the morning woke up with difficulty from their dreams. "The true dragon is with you." Danny pulled the little silver horse to a stop, drew out her long sword and shouted loudly. Clang clang clang, thousands of cavalrymen drew their long swords or scimitars together and shouted in unison, "Long live the mother of dragons, long live the true dragon, long live freedom." Big Black. Danny ordered, and the black dragon almost came to the fence above the cavalrymen's heads. Boom, like a bundle of homemade grenades being detonated, the sparks of the crude wooden stakes were lifted and sent flying. Nay, moo, inside the fence was not a soldier's tent, but a huge horse shed that stretched for half a kilometer. There were cavalrymen's horses, horses for pulling carriages, beef cattle waiting to be slaughtered, and bulls for pulling carriages. Some of the flames could only burn a few horses near the fence, but Danny's real trump card was the dragon's aura. Hiss boom, Big Black landed on the ground, standing at the gap in the fence and wantonly sprinkling dragon flames. The power of the Megalosaurus was vividly displayed. Hiss, hiss roar, the white dragon flapped its broad wings and glided low above the panicked horses. Fear spread uncontrollably among the livestock. "The horses are out of control," the coachman in the horse camp howled miserably. Boom, a tall black horse sent him flying. As soon as the howl rose, it quickly stopped abruptly. Nay nay. Hiss hiss hiss. Ta 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 ta, the frightened neighing of the horses was quickly covered by the rumbling of the horses' hooves, and the coachman was almost turned into a pile of blood. The coachman in the horse rock was just the beginning. When the horses wanted to jump over the fence and run toward the vast fields outside the camp, Big Black flew over the edge of the camp at the right time and forced the horses back again. Outside the camp, Big Black was adjusting the direction of the crazy horses. In the camp, there were also Beristan's knights who were galloping on their horses, driving the horses at the back. Following the direction of the camp, from north to south, they reaped the lives of the enemies. Slaves whose hands and feet were shackled, slave owners who came out of the gorgeous tents with their bellies sticking out, prostitutes, mercenaries, and peddlers who ran around naked, were either wailing in panic or scolding to drive the soldiers to stabilize the formation, or kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. But under the dragon's aura, the horses who were in a state of panic could not be controlled at all, and there was no mercy or reason. Under the galloping of thousands of horses, slaves and slave owners, mercenaries and prostitutes were trampled without any distinction. As the warhorse camps were destroyed by the horses one by one, new horses constantly joined in the crazy running, and finally gathered into a field of tens of thousands of livestock, plowing half of the camp. And this was just the beginning. Behind the crazy horses, there was a group of real grim reapers, like fine steel combs, combing through the destroyed camp. Anyone who wore a toka robe was killed. Anyone who held a weapon, regardless of whether they were mercenaries or slaves, was killed. Anyone who wore gorgeous clothes and had long black and red hair, was killed. Only the women and the shackled people who knelt on the ground would not suffer the slightest injury. If they encountered a tent with a flag that represented peace, most of them were peddlers, and after entering the battlefield, they consciously hung a flag that represented their identity at that time. Centaurs would come out and strangle the people inside on a rope. The horses could not destroy all the tents, and the vigilant mercenaries would pile up solid barricades outside the camp. The smarter ones would also destroy things like burning blankets and tents on the barricades. The camp was so spacious, and some tents were lucky not to be attacked by the frightened horses. At this time, Dani appeared with her dragon. The black dragon herded sheep outside the enemy camp. This kind of high-tech work could only be done by Big Black, who could work with Dani's dragon spirit. The white dragon and green dragon temporarily changed classes to infantry, with a group of armored cavalry protecting the surroundings, using dragon flames to clean up the small camps that stubbornly resisted. You betrayed us. We agreed to line up for a decisive battle in the afternoon, and you even swore in the name of the Targaryen ancestors. Too shameless. In front of a gorgeous golden yurt, the Sage Lord, whose clothes were in disarray, cursed Dani angrily at the tall barricade. At this time, the sky was already bright, and the horses had already crossed the camp of the Giz coalition army and slid in an arc, bypassing the east side of the poplar slope. The green dragon had been left in the center of the unsullied army, and the horses did not dare to approach. Barristan led 2,000 horsemen in the camp to clean up the scattered enemy soldiers, and 100 horsemen were responsible for the prisoners of war. Dani led 500 horsemen and the white dragon to attack the small fortress. Previously, she had already taken down a dozen camps, captured 3 mercenary captains, and 3 sage lords. Now, this was the 4th great slave owner. The strong man Bevos and Ago each held a door-sized oak shield inlaid with iron. Dani rode a little silver horse and hid behind them. She laughed and said, "Your Excellency, what was written in the letter I gave you yesterday afternoon?" Without waiting for him to answer, she said loudly, "In the name of the ancestors, I agreed with you that the 2 sides will fight under the sun. Look at the sky yourself, the sun is almost in the middle of the sky." But the short and fat Sage Lord's pupils dilated, and he wanted to shout, "Last night, you hinted to almost all the mercenary captains that the attack would be in the afternoon, and let them decide before noon whether to surrender to you or not." But Dani was not wrong. Yesterday afternoon, before the Giz coalition army had set up camp, they received her letter of decisive battle. The letter promised that they would not attack before they had a firm foothold, and agreed to fight under the witness of the sun the next day. It did not say that it had to be in the afternoon. Damn, you have dragons and unsullied, you have the strength to fight, how can you be so cunning? Chapter 127. Looking around, the ground was dyed red with blood, the tents were burning, and the collapsed wooden fences were billowing with smoke. The smell of blood and fire surrounded his nose, and he could hear the yellow silk-caped guards panting in fear. Further away, there were soldiers lying on the ground, waiting for their final release. From time to time, they would let out moans that hovered between the world of the living and the underworld. Beside him were several dismembered corpses that had been trampled into a bloody mess by the horses' hooves. It was hard to tell whether they were human or horse corpses. The short and fat sage shuddered. "This is hell, how did I come here? Right now, I should be sitting in the garden at the top of the pyramid, feeling the softness of the maid's breasts with my feet. I should be drinking black beer and mill-fire wine, enjoying roasted larks with black truffle and caviar from the Sea of Sighs. Yesterday's 100,000 army was reduced to a mess this morning. Victory was really decided in one battle. It was too cruel." However, as the commander of the allied army, this sage was also outstanding. He quickly threw away his thoughts and shouted with bloodshot eyes, "The son of the harpy will never surrender. Danny did not waste any more words and took a few steps back. Walala, along with the sound of chainmail clashing, 100 armored cavalry dismounted from their horses and took down bronze shields the size of pot lids from their saddles, quickly forming a shield wall in front of the small wooden stronghold. Following that, the large group of cavalry dispersed, revealing Little White, who was crawling on the ground. Danny rode on the little silver horse and stroked White Dragon's head. "Go up and give them a good beating." Squeak, Little White's front wings supported its body, and its two sturdy hind legs stomped on the ground as it came to the back of the shield wall. "Dracaries, Dragon Flame, Valeglia!" Danny shouted. With a clatter, the shield wall cracked open, and Little White stretched its slender neck out like lightning. Boom, the sage was puzzled. Suddenly, a red light flashed in front of his eyes. 7 to 8 meters long scarlet dragon flame instantly burned through the solid wooden barricade and the fence behind it. The outer flame directly swept through the archers in front of him. "Ah, fire, I've been set on fire, save me, ah, my eyes, my face, mother, mother, save me, dragon. Oh God, the enemy has a megalosaurus. She really is the mother of dragons. No one is a match for a true dragon." The dragon flame did not touch many people, but the Gith warriors in yellow silk cloaks were already frightened. The bows and crossbows in their hands were thrown to the ground, and they ran away from the flames. "Let's go." Danny waved her sword and shouted. Huff, huff, huff. The 100 soldiers who formed the shield wall shouted in unison and marched forward at almost the same pace. Boom boom. The tall barricades and wooden fences collapsed in the fire. The iron boots of the shield wall warriors stepped on the red wood and hot ground as they slowly but firmly pushed into the camp. Danny held Little White's hand and followed behind the shield wall. Every 10 seconds or so, she would wait for Little White to recover before shouting, "Dracaries." Then, a window cracked open on the shield wall, and Little White stretched its mouth out to spit fire. On Danny's left, right, and back, there were 100 armored knights guarding her. The flames in the 100-meter long and wide camp seemed to make people mistakenly think that they had come to the flame purgatory. The soldiers' clothes and cloaks were almost ignited when they touched the dragon flame. The tall fences that once gave them a sense of security became a death talisman. The Gith soldiers cried and slashed the thick wooden stakes with their scimitars, but it didn't help. The scene that made the morale completely collapse happened. Finally, there were unlucky people who couldn't escape and had a dragon flame wash their faces. Under the gaze of everyone, their eyeballs, faces, and heads quickly melted into a pool of dark red liquid as if they were candles in high temperature. "I surrender, I surrender." The wise lord sat in front of the gorgeous tent, and his face was covered with snot and tears. But at this time of chaos, people were shouting everywhere, and Danny couldn't hear it at all. However, Danny didn't intend to burn the slave owner, otherwise, the luxurious tent made of golden thread behind him would have been ignited. Finally, seeing the enemy's formation completely collapsed, Danny stopped Little White and shouted, "Surrender." 500 unscathed warriors roared in unison, "Surrender! Surrender! 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 Surrender!" The yellow silk cloaks threw away the weapons in their hands one by one in frustration, lowered their once proud heads, and knelt on the ground without saying a word. "Go, tie them up." Danny gave orders to her blood-rich guards and left with the Iron Shield cavalry. There were still other stubborn camps waiting for her. In the 3-kilometer-long camp, Danny and Baristan led the armored cavalry and the dragon from north to south, from east to west, and from west to east. Many times, Danny was protected by hundreds of armored cavalry, but her sword was also stained with blood several times, and her armor was also clanking in the rain of arrows. No one was a fool. When the other small camps saw the miserable scene of the fire dragon wreaking havoc in the camp next door, they naturally wouldn't wait for the fire to burn. They either rode their horses or ran with spears and swords, charging out of the camp together and charging at Danny's cavalry. Of course, Not every one of the 2,600 armored cavalry was equipped with armor, but the 500 cavalry protecting Dany were the most elite fully armored cavalry. And she also had a dragon, which used endless pressure to make the enemy's horses go limp on the ground, and even overturn their own masters. So in every wave of enemies, Dany and her 500 cavalry crushed them in a head-on clash. From morning to noon, Dany was covered in blood, and she was so tired that little Silver almost fell off his horse. There were 7 or 8 arrows hanging from the gaps in her blood-stained dark gray armor, and there were also several deep scratches on her arm and chest plate. It was clear that she had really fought with her life on the line. Oh, at the same time, it also showed that equipment was really important. As the cavalry met up with the unsullied army in front, the battle came to an end for the time being. Dany sat on a burned wooden stake, gently stroking the 7 or 8 holes in her blood-stained sword. She couldn't help but think of the small mercenary whose scimitar she had cut in half. The brief confrontation between the two of them had been the most dangerous battle she had fought today. At that time, the cavalry on both sides had been about to collide. Little White roared from behind, and the enemy's horses that had never eaten dragon essence immediately went limp. One of the cavalrymen didn't step on the stirrup, and under the huge inertia, he flew 7 or 8 meters directly in front of Little Silver. He was also unlucky. Little Silver lost strength in its front hooves and was tripped. Dany also fell uncontrollably on the horse's back. Even though the cavalry immediately stopped to protect her, Dany rolled into the chaotic battlefield and came face to face with the cavalryman who had fallen off his horse. Needless to say, the two raised their weapons and slashed at almost the same time. Dany used a two-handed sword, and the other used a slender Arak scimitar. That scene was almost a replay of the battle between Cora and the centaurs. Dany couldn't keep up with her opponent's speed at all. Her arms, thighs, and chest were slashed until sparks flew everywhere. Fortunately, she had asked Whitebeard earlier on how to deal with such situations. Yes, she had also asked Cora about Mormont. Cora told her not to try to see the edge of her opponent's blade, because no matter what, she couldn't see it clearly. She didn't have to be afraid of being stabbed. She just had to ignore it and attack the opponent's vitals. Barristan, on the other hand, taught Dany that Cora's reckless all the way wasn't wrong, but it was best that she didn't learn it. Because she was a woman, her armor wasn't as thick as his, and her strength was far from his. Weak meant that the opponent could block her attacks, thin armor meant that she could only take a limited number of attacks. Well, the plate armor could also be damaged. Another point was that the scimitar was far less heavy than the two-handed sword. The Arak scimitar was generally only 4 or 5 pounds, while Dany's bastard sword was more than 10 pounds. Barristan's sword was even 20 pounds. With Cora's strength, even if the scimitar blocked the sword, it could only slow down the speed of the sword. Dany didn't have enough strength. As long as she blocked it, she could really block it. For Dany, the best way to deal with her was to not think about attacking her vitals. First, try to disrupt her opponent's rhythm, then look for a flaw and kill her in one blow. How to disrupt the opponent's rhythm? Look at his arm holding the scimitar, and judge the approximate range of his blade according to the movement of his shoulder. It was almost impossible to accurately predict the position of the blade based on the shoulder in this low martial arts world. Then use the sword to attack the part of his body that was the furthest away from the blade. The opponent wasn't wearing armor, so he would definitely be injured if he was hit. If the opponent didn't care, then exchange injuries with him. You have a full body armor, so you would definitely have the advantage. If the opponent forcibly blocked, then his movements would change drastically, and there would definitely be a flaw. As for what the flaw was, it varied from person to person. Just as Whitebeard said, when Dany did that, she found a flaw in the opponent. The mercenary's scimitar was far less sturdy than her steel sword. Her sword only had a gap the size of a grain of rice, but the opponent's blade had a gap as deep as the knuckle of a little finger. She couldn't help but think of what Whitebeard had said: good steel was hard to find in this world. In Westeros, Only the blacksmiths of King's Landing could make excellent weapons. Most mercenaries and even nobles used iron swords of poor quality. Therefore, the bronze weapons of Queers and Slave Bay were not eliminated. Well, the Queers camel cavalry used bronze scimitars and spears not because they were poor. On the contrary, no city dared to say that they were richer than Queers. They used bronze weapons only because bronze weapons were enough to deal with the current enemy. But I digress. After Dany found that the opponent was the mercenary that Whitebeard had said was so poor that he could only use poor weapons, she fiercely hit the scimitar with her sword. The unlucky guy also realized Dany's purpose, but he had to block. If he couldn't block with his scimitar, he had to block with his flesh. Finally, with a clang, his scimitar broke into two. Dany's sword didn't stop and split his head in two. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but secretly swear in her heart, in the future, no matter what, I will get a full body armor of Valeglia's steel. Yes, and a Valeglia's steel sword. The Grey Worm walked through the smell of blood and fire, crossed the fallen wooden fence that was emitting white smoke, and came to the ruins of the camp. He saw Dany sitting on the charred wood in a daze. Her white dragon was also lying on the side, biting a charred warhorse. Sensing someone coming, he raised his ferocious dragon head vigilantly, and two small flames spurted out from his nostrils. When he saw the Grey Worm's appearance, he lowered his head and continued to suck on a bloody thigh bone. "Your Majesty, how should we deal with the besieged mercenary corps?" the Grey Worm asked respectfully. He saw the bloodstains and scars on Dany's armor, and his respect for her deepened. The Mother of Dragons could not only control the Megalosaurus, but she could also slash people with a sword like a warrior. How could he not be in awe? It had to be said that although Dany had encountered some danger in today's battle, after the baptism of iron and blood, her prestige in the hearts of the soldiers had more than doubled. Chapter 128. Which mercenary regiments are still resisting? Dany looked up at Grey Worm and found that there was also some blood on his leather armor, but overall, it was much cleaner than hers. It seemed that the task of the Unsullied was completed more easily. There are still 7 small strongholds left. In this battle plan, the 2,600 cavalry were responsible for cutting off the enemy's camp and then driving the horses from north to south to attack the camp. The 5,000 Unsullied led 2,000 longbowmen to block the enemy's escape route at Poplar Slope. After all, the Gith alliance was not stupid. Seeing thousands of horses galloping in the distance, they naturally knew to avoid. When the horses bypassed Poplar Slope and left, the Unsullied set off from Poplar Slope and pressed towards Githa's broken camp, forming a pincer attack on the enemy with 2,000 cavalry. After cleaning up the stragglers, the 20,000 civil servants would carry sandbags and set up an isolation belt at the entrance of the enemy's small camp. Well, to prevent the other party from escaping, the Unsullied had no horses and couldn't catch up. The Rose Regiment on the edge was the most intact. The 2nd Sun Regiment was broken through by the horses and suffered heavy casualties. Only 200 people hid in the camp of Master Gith. The Raven Regiment was even worse. They were powerful and had 500 armored cavalry. But because their whole regiment was cavalry, the camp was connected to the stable. Nearly 2,000 horses rioted with the horses and the camp was trampled to pieces. Almost no one survived. At this point, the eunuch warrior, who had always been reserved, could not help but sigh. The strongest mercenary regiment was destroyed in the most cowardly way. They should have surrendered to His Majesty earlier. Well, Dany's old lover inexplicably received a box lunch. How miserable. This is their own choice. She said lightly, pulled down her helmet, stood up, and shouted to the centaur cavalry who surrounded her in a circle to protect her. Adger, let Sir Barristan follow the plan and cooperate with the Unsullied to clean up 10 kilometers to the north. Yes, Calixi. Let's go. After finishing the work, we can rest for a while. Dany said to Grey Worm. Seeing her come over, a centaur immediately led a tall horse with yellow fur. Well, her little silver horse stumbled and hurt itself. Less than 500 steel cavalry guards once again surrounded Danny. Little White also spat out the bone in its mouth. It flapped its wings and flew to Danny's head. It circled around the group and slowly moved forward. How many of our brothers did we lose, Chui Luo? Danny asked the armored guard beside her. Unlike Ago and the other two Blood Brotherhood guards, Cui Luo began to get used to the armor after joining the Queen's heavy cavalry, 20 dead, 40 injured. Calixi, how are your injuries? The centaur youth asked with concern. He had witnessed the entire process of Danny falling off the horse with his own eyes. It's fine. The inner armor cushioned most of the impact. The process of putting on a full-body armor was very complicated. It wasn't as simple as just putting on a layer of iron. Starting from close-fitting cotton-padded clothes, light and soft leather armor, flexible and elastic inner padding, silk or linen outerwear, and finally, iron armor. If one wanted to look better, one could put on an overcoat over the iron armor. Of course, normal warriors didn't have the financial resources to put together a full set of armor. To them, a poor quality inner armor would affect their martial arts. In most cases, they would only put on a layer of leather armor over the iron armor. The difference between a noble knight and a normal cavalry was that if they fell off the horse at the same time on the battlefield, the noble knight would be fine after recovering and would continue to swing his sword. On the other hand, if a normal cavalry didn't fall to pieces, they would bleed internally and would be unable to continue fighting. There was another point. Iron armor with an excellent inner lining could partially resist hammering. On the other hand, if a normal iron armor met a fierce man wielding a spiked hammer, it would be damaged and would die. In a battle between cavalry, the hammer was the most lethal weapon, followed by the fine steel spear, then the two-handed heavy sword, and finally the scimitar. How are the casualties of the Unsullied and the Longbowmen? Danny asked Grey Worm, who was walking beside her. None of the Unsullied and the Longbowmen died. Only a dozen warriors were grazed by the arrows. In the end, Grey Worm respectfully praised, "Your Majesty, you have fought a battle that will be praised for thousands of years." This was not a deliberate compliment. Not to mention the Gith slave soldiers, the yellow silk cloaks were also trash, but the 5,000 mercenaries were too terrifying. Mercenaries had a bad reputation, but their combat strength was really strong. Whether it was the strength of a single warrior or the collective combat of a small legion, in this different world, they almost surpassed the regular armies of all countries and city-states. Let's put it this way, 5,000 mercenaries against 5,000 Unsullied, and the Unsullied had a 50% chance of losing. Unlike the Dothraki Roaring Warriors, mercenaries' combat skills were too high and they were very versatile. Many mercenaries could be both cavalry and archers. If they were equipped with armor, they could even become heavy armored knights. For example, Yora Mormont, who had once been a mercenary, signed labor contracts with several small mercenary groups that were not famous. With Yora's level, he could only be a small captain of a 50-man team. He had the highest position in the mercenary world, and in most cases, he was just an ordinary member of the mercenary group. More importantly, the mercenary group was richer and better equipped than the Unsullied. For example, the Raven Regiment that had been wiped out in the gallop of 10,000 horses only had 500 cavalry on the surface, but they were equipped with 1,500 warhorses and 500 workhorses, and the rest of the materials were innumerable. Khaleesi, you can add another bell. I dare say that there is no Khal on the steppe who has a better battle record than you. Chui Luo was also very excited, deeply proud that he could be loyal to such a great Khaleesi. Khal Drogo will also cheer for you in the Night Kingdom. If you didn't say that last sentence, this flattery would have been full marks. Now, I'll deduct 40 points and let you pass. Keep up the good work. Danny complained in her heart, but said with compassion, "It's all thanks to the lives of the soldiers. For the great cause of freeing the slaves, we have sacrificed many brothers today, and we will lose even more tomorrow. It is my honor to die for Khaleesi." Chui Luo immediately said. "We are willing to die for Her Majesty the Queen." More than 400 knights shouted in unison. Very good, the morale of the army is high. Perhaps she could change her strategy. Previously, she had only wanted to repel this wave of attack, then wait for the dragons to grow for another year. At the same time, she would farm for another year, and finally sweep through Slave Bay. However, the slave owners' hiring of mercenaries reminded her that the slave owners were very rich. Those fellows who should go to hell were using her money to hire soldiers to attack her city. This, Dany thought angrily. "Don't kill me, don't Suddenly, a cry of agony woke Dany from her thoughts. What's going on? She patted her horse's belly a few times and walked briskly to the front of the formation. Not far away, a man in linen clothes with a large dragon head imprinted on his chest was lying on a corpse, desperately pulling at the chain around the corpse's neck. Under the noon sun, the chain reflected bits of golden light. A golden chain as thick as a finger. Dany had not had the time to invent printing and papermaking, but she had already made the printing and dyeing equipment that used large pieces of oak to carve patterns. She had a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, so she could not stand the messy uniforms of this era. The soldiers under her command, even the peasants, had the same uniform. 2 linen shirts with black dragon heads imprinted on the chest. Just like the man who was stripping the corpse. Dany scanned her surroundings. The ground was torn apart by the galloping iron hooves of thousands of horses. The wild grass and flowers in the field were trampled into the soil. There were corpses of men and horses everywhere, smoking steaks, and tents that were trampled into the mud. She could smell the fragrance of the soil and the burnt smell of blood and fire. A group of peasants were scattered across the land that had been plowed by swords. They carried baskets and held scimitars, buying the lives of the dying as if they were buying crops. They plundered their leather shoes, leather armor, helmets, iron arrowheads, swords, and other weapons, even the wallets and expensive jewelry they carried with them. The scimitars were inserted into the necks of the dying. Occasionally, there would be a short and hurried wail. Dany's mouth opened and closed a few times, but she did not say anything. She patted her horses but a few times and continued forward in silence. Perhaps she could save a few with her skills, but what was the point? She could not even save her own subordinates. Was she going to waste her energy and scarce medicine for the enemy? This was war. Soon, she passed through the battlefield and arrived at the remaining 7 villages at the front of the camp. The reason why they had survived the trampling of thousands of horses was mainly because they were located closer to the west, in the recesses of the coastal rocks. At this moment, there was a low wall made of gunny sack piled up around the outer perimeter of every small stronghold. It was only about 1.2 meters tall. If the light cavalry charged at high speed, they might be able to leap over it, if they ignored the unsullied spear formation behind the sandbags. Which village is the 2nd Sun Regiment hiding in? Dany asked. Before Grey Worm could reply, a familiar loud voice came from the top of a wooden tower 40 meters away. "Your Majesty, I surrender. I am willing to lead the regiment to rely on you." The back of the camp was against a continuous stretch of grey rocks. The tallest rock was 4 to 5 meters tall, and the shortest one was a meter square. The other 3 sides were surrounded by a fence formed by a mixture of carriages and wooden stakes. It looked like it had just been built, but the carriages were connected by iron chains as thick as a person's wrist. It seemed to be quite sturdy. Behind the wall formed by the carriages, there were 2 rows of warriors with shields in their left hands and short swords in their right. Behind the shield warriors were more than 100 archers. Each archer had 3 or 4 loaded crossbows by their hands and feet. Behind the warriors, near the rocks, there was a wooden tent with the top of the tent removed. It was similar to Dany's wooden palace. The walls were made of wood, and the roof was made of canvas. At this time, in the tent where the roof was removed, there was a small 4-meter-high sentry tower built by wooden tables and wooden stakes. 2 people were standing on top of it. The one who waved and shouted to Danny was the bearded, Titan's illegitimate son, Mero. The slave owner next to him also met with Danny last night. He was a great master of Myrene, and seemed to be called Graz, Dan, but Danny did not remember his surname. "Put down your weapons and come out to surrender," Danny shouted from behind the wall of sacks. "We, the Second Sun Regiment, are willing to serve your majesty," Mero said. "Put down your weapons first. We are warriors. We can serve your majesty." Danny was annoyed. She pointed to the big Bravosi man and said to the mercenaries and soldiers of guys inside, "Cut off the head of this disrespectful man, put down your weapons, kneel down and surrender. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy." You, the Titan's illegitimate son, was shocked and angry. The long golden beard that dragged to his waist could not help but tremble. He did not expect Danny to be so rude and unreasonable. His Second Sun Regiment still had more than 200 members at this time. 200 elite mercenaries were almost equivalent to 200 experienced cavalry. In the Westeros, it was more than 200 knights. "My members have pledged their loyalty to me. Mother of Dragons, I apologize for my inappropriate words and actions last night. However, please understand that if you accept my allegiance, you will gain several hundred more warriors. If you choose to fight to the death, my brothers and I will take away 1,000 of your unsullied." Mero suppressed his anger and tried to persuade him with both soft and hard methods. At the same time, he swore in his heart that as long as he got out of this predicament, he would find a chance to take revenge on this silver-haired bitch. Bang! 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 The Second Sun Regiment's swordsmen immediately knocked their shields with their short swords to express their support for their leader and also to show Danny the unity and courage of the Second Sun Regiment. "Titan's illegitimate son, Titan's illegitimate son," they shouted in unison. The big Bravosi man straightened his back and looked down at Danny behind the sandbag wall with a proud smile on his face. In the shouts of the Second Sun Regiment, Danny slowly withdrew from the unsullied army and said lightly, "Use the oil cans, don't leave anyone alive." Chapter 129. Danny's order was immediately carried out. The unsullied in the front row placed their shields on the sandbags to form a shield wall, while the unsullied in the back used, 3-shot, mode and lined up to throw pineapple-sized earthen jars at the opposite camp. Bam, 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 the pungent smell of asphalt soon spread to a radius of 100 meters. Even the other mercenary groups in the nearby camp who were watching the situation unfold could smell it. The Bravosi looked at the shattered oil jars on the mercenaries' shields and shouted in horror, "Little bitch, what are you doing? We're willing to surrender." Suddenly, a mercenary shouted and picked up the crossbow beside his feet. He turned around and shot at Mero, who was on the sentry tower. Ah! Betrayal! The Titan bastard was shot in the arm. He squatted down and shouted in shock, "Kill him, kill that traitor. TSK, TSK, TSK." Mero's years of ruling the Second Sun's Regiment showed its effect. The nearby mercenaries instinctively raised their crossbows and shot the rebellious mercenary into a beehive. But as soon as they killed him, the mercenaries' faces changed. "What the hell did I do? Let that idiot. Oh, no, let this brave warrior bear the sin of killing the commander alone. It's only right that we live safely. Sigh, now I can only hope that after seeing our staunchness and loyalty, the Mother of Dragons will be magnanimous and pity us for our bravery. I didn't expect the Second Sun's Regiment, second only to the Brave Regiment, Blood Troop, on the mercenary ranking list, to be so loyal and brave." Danny indeed saw their staunchness. She looked at Grey Worm with a complicated expression and said, "Send them on their way." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. She waved her hand and the longbowmen behind her immediately shot out hundreds of arrows. Boom! On the carriages that acted as fences, the mercenaries' shields and helmets were instantly covered with a layer of orange flame, adding another wave of heat to the hot afternoon. "Ah, I surrender, Mother of Dragons, I surrender." The mercenaries threw away their shields and bows and rolled wildly on the ground, screaming miserably. There were also brave mercenaries who picked up their crossbows and shot desperately at Dany. When they ran out of crossbows, they picked up their bows and continued to shoot. As they shot, they cautiously retreated to avoid the spreading waves of fire. Tut, 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 tut. The shield in front of Dany made a series of clanging sounds, and the steel-tipped arrows were visible to the naked eye. Charge, charge, charge. Fight them. The Braavosi were still shouting. There were also a dozen or so armored cavalrymen who braved the rain of arrows, leaping over the burning carriage and charging towards the sandbag wall. But before they could get close, numerous long spears pierced through the gaps of the sandbags, forming a wall of long nails. The warhorses and knights howled miserably and fell into a pool of blood. "Commander, climb up the rocks." Mercenaries scrambled up a 2-meter-high rock and staggered through the uneven stone forest toward the western coast. The others followed suit. Soon, the remaining 100 or so people, including Merlot and the great lord of Meereen, left the camp and entered the rugged mountain narrow path. Hiss, ah, dragons! A desperate scream came from the mouth of the first mercenary who climbed up the rocks. Then, there was a boom. Bright red tongues of fire with black smoke licked the bodies of the mercenaries in front. They struggled desperately. Their bodies melted under the high temperature, and their bones were twisted in the dragon's flames. They were like candles thrown into a furnace. Hiss, hiss, 2 more dragons flew from the direction of the sea and quickly passed over the mercenaries' heads, leaving long waves of fire. Merlot hid behind a piece of granite and felt the hot breath sliding past him. He shouted in horror, "Use your bows and arrows to kill the dragon." "If your bows and arrows could kill the dragon, I wouldn't have let them out," Dany sneered in her heart. Without strong crossbows, powerful longbows, and special steel-forged arrows, unless they could hit the dragon's eyes, it was almost impossible to cause fatal damage to the dragon. In fact, the mercenaries who were scared out of their wits did not dare to attack the 3 roaring dragons. They had already lost their bows and arrows. Were they going to use their swords to cut the dragons in the sky? Kill the Braavosi who insulted the mother of dragons. The great lord howled in fear. Kill Merlot. Merlot insulted the mother of dragons. He is no longer the commander of the Second Sons. Kill him. Kill him and we can leave the fiery hell. The warriors in yellow silk capes of guise and the mercenaries of the Second Sons all had red eyes. They avoided the rolling heat waves while looking for the big Braavosi. Creek, not far away, the mercenaries and slave owners who saw the demonic dragon's havoc opened the gate of their camp. They no longer dared to hope to resist stubbornly, nor did they dare to ask the mother of dragons to surrender. As long as they were not burned to death by the demonic dragon, even if their heads were chopped off by the Unsullied, they thought in fear. Dany let the Unsullied deal with the people who surrendered, but she herself seemed to be stunned. She just stood there and watched the 3 dragons melt more than 100 people who were crying in despair into fat oil. In the end, Little Green and Little White even landed on the rocks and tore into the charred corpses that were emitting sparks. The corpses were still howling hoarsely. The scene was extremely tragic. Roar! Blackie flapped his wings and opened his mouth as if he was inhaling sharply. In fact, Dany had already entered the dragon's spirit state. Through the black dragon's perspective, she saw countless fluorescent colorful spiritual substance floating in the flames. She immediately merged with Blackie's soul and used the Mother of Dragons spiritual bestowment skill to integrate the spiritual substance from the burned mercenaries into Blackie's spiritual sea. This was not the first time that spiritual substance was found in human corpses. The last time they attacked Astapor, more than 10,000 people died. When Dany separated the bodies of the slaves and the slave owners who were not owned by anyone and cremated them, she found that human corpses would overflow with a higher density of spiritual substance when burned in the fire. The fresher the corpse, the higher the density of spiritual substance. The corpses of the Gith people had been left for 2 more days and had rotted into a puddle of rotten corpse water, but there was still a batch of spiritual substance overflowing. At that time, Danny was surprised. A person's life was constantly nourished by nature. After death, the elements that formed the body returned to the earth, and the characteristics that formed the soul dissipated into the sky. Although this phenomenon was strange, she could understand it and thought it was very reasonable. But if spiritual substance came from the soul, then why was there still spiritual substance in the corpses after several days of death? After that, she quietly burned a batch of mummies. Well, the specially treated dried corpses at the bottom of the Great Pyramid. It was popular among the Gith nobles to store the bodies of their ancestors at the bottom of their pyramids. Danny also followed the tradition and reserved a small pyramid for the surviving descendants of the nobles. After burning, Danny was even more shocked. Even the dried corpses still had spiritual substance overflowing, but the density of the spiritual substance had decreased by a lot. Could it be that the body and the soul were not independent existences, but that every cell of the human body contained a part of the soul, and the soul and the body were completely integrated? Since the remnant of the soul could be resurrected, could the corpses in this world be resurrected? Well, it seemed to be possible. For example, the deviant ghosts could resurrect human corpses into ghouls. Danny almost changed from a queen to a scientist. Well, she was actually verifying it at this time. The density of spiritual substance overflowing in the process of burning a living person was really high. Bastards, who told you to eat people? When she came back to her senses, she saw the two dragons biting the white human spine in their mouths and sucking the bone marrow. Danny was furious. Didn't they see that the captives around were almost scared to death by this horrifying scene? Not to mention the captured mercenaries, even Danny's subordinates were pale and wanted to vomit. Danny climbed up the rock with great difficulty in her armor, raised her whip and lashed out at the two dragons. Pitter-patter-woo-ga, the two dragons were whipped until they covered their heads and fled, but they no longer spat fire at Danny like before. They didn't even roar at her. Last time when Yuluan seized the dragon, she didn't use the dragon's horn to control the white dragon and the green dragon. Instead, she combined the power of the black dragon and led the white dragon and the green dragon to forcibly break through the restraint of the dragon's horn. The power of the dragon binder of the horn was destroyed, and it became a magic instrument that couldn't control dragons. Well, she could still use the dragon's soul in the dragon's horn to deter inferior creatures. Since then, she had a much closer relationship with the white dragon and the green dragon. It wasn't just emotional intimacy, but a strange connection that originated from the depths of their souls. Let's put it this way, if Dahe died one day, Danny could immediately establish a stable dragon-spirit relationship with the white dragon or the green dragon. If she had 3 skill slots, she could even pull the souls of the white dragon, the green dragon, and the black dragon together in different areas to play mahjong. Your Majesty, Captain John of the Rose Group wants to see you. Grey Worm looked at Danny, who was chasing after the dragons, cursing and whipping them, and his expression was a little timid. Well, all the soldiers below who had seen the process of the Megalosaurus spitting fire, burning people, and eating people, regardless of friend or foe, after seeing the scene of the 2 ferocious dragons fleeing in all directions under Queen Danny's whip, they would all revere Queen Danny like a god. This was the true dragon, the female dragon king who could subdue the Megalosaurus. When we go back, I'll starve you for 2 days. Danny fiercely threatened as she pointed at the 2 dragons flying towards the sea. When Little White and Little Green flew far away, she stepped on Beavis' shoulder and climbed down from the rocky beach. Has the Rose Group surrendered? She asked. They are willing to surrender, but they want to talk to you about the treatment after surrendering. The Unsullied commander said. Hee, they are quite bold. Danny rode on the big yellow horse, and as she walked, she instructed Kue Luo, today's battle is over, take off your armor first, and go to the battlefield to collect a batch of livestock corpses and send them to the black dragon. If the white dragon and green dragon come back, watch them, don't let them eat people again. It's okay to eat the enemy's corpses. The centaur youth muttered. Danny glared at him, and said, today they eat corpses, tomorrow they might eat living people, and the day after tomorrow even you, a Megalosaurus guard, will be eaten, is that okay? Ah. The centaur knight rubbed his nose, and silently rode away. Along the way to the poplar slope, Danny saw the Dragon Mother's Guard Infantry Commander Morono instructing people to spread flags on the grass, and could not help but ask, are these the flags of the Gith Alliance and the mercenary group? What's the use of collecting them? Long live the Mother of Dragons! Seeing Danny, Morono immediately straightened his body, quickly raised his right hand, and shouted a slogan. If it was changed to, "Hey, Hitler," it was almost a complete military salute. The first time she saw this kind of military salute, Danny was shocked. Later, after asking Whitebeard and Morono, she found out that the hand salute had been popular in the era of the Gith army. In Westeros, there was a chest-thumping salute, where one stood up straight and clenched their right fist to hit the chest, a more formal salute where one kneeled on one knee, and a salute where knights raised their hands. Among the mercenaries on the continent of Ursos, there was also the salute of fist-bumping that was passed down from the Summer Islands. Later, Morono suggested that Danny raise the hand salute for the entire army, because in Slaver's Bay, the Gith army's salute was more solemn, just like the Valeglia language of the language. Your Majesty, these are not collected for me. They symbolize your glorious achievements, and should be hung in the hall of the Great Pyramid for your guests to appreciate. Morono pointed at the damaged or dirty flags. Chapter 130. Jon wanted to negotiate with Danny, but unlike the second sons, he did not lock up his camp and wait for her to strike. On the contrary, the gate of the Rose group was wide open, and the mercenaries inside were also, well, most of them were still lying in their tents and sleeping soundly. Your Majesty, your Great Wall Dry Red is really strong. I'm still a little dizzy, and most of my members are still hungover. Jon said to Danny on the warhorse with a wry smile. How can it be called Great Wall if it's not strong enough? Danny said matter-of-factly. Of course it's strong enough. My white wine is not for drinking at all. It's a high-concentration wine that can be disinfected, mixed with grape juice, and added with a lot of white sugar. People who don't drink can still drink a big glass in one go, but the after-effects are not something ordinary people can bear. Speaking of the Great Wall Dry Red, one could not help but sigh at the poverty of Slaver's Bay. Before Danny's arrival, Slaver's Bay had 5 major specialties: slaves, olives, copper ore, sugar beets, and sour grapes. Other than olive oil and slaves, there were almost no goods that could be exported. Well, the grapes in Slaver's Bay were not suitable for making wine. Even the manor lord himself was not willing to drink the wine. There was a bitter taste that Danny could not understand. The grapes were obviously big and sweet. After Danny's arrival, she did 3 things in Astapor's economic reform. First, she increased the concentration of grape wine, which meant that she created a high concentration of white wine that could be used to clean wounds. She could also sell it as a specialty wine, which was a fake grape wine mixed with white wine. Second, she used beets to produce sugar. Third, she funded craftsmen to build more than 10 bronze processing factories, creating an industrial chain of copper ore, copper ingot, and fine bronze products. Currently, Astapo's sea and trade routes were blocked by the Guy's people, and good products could not be sold. Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with the Rose Group? Commander Jon asked seriously. Danny's iron gloves tapped lightly on the saddle. Instead of answering his question, she asked with a smile, now do you understand why Torrhen Stark surrendered to Aegon so easily 300 years ago? Commander Jon smiled bitterly and nodded. He sighed and said, our ancestors wrongly blamed the taming king. He was very wise and made the best choice for the people of the Northern Territory. With 3 young dragons, you swept away the allies of Gith with very little loss, when King Tony did not have as many soldiers as he does now. On the other hand, His Majesty Aegon has a stronger military force than you, and an even stronger adult Megalosaurus. The mortal army is almost invincible. So, as the descendants of the self-exiled nobles of the northern region, you have let go of what happened back then? Danny continued to ask. You know that we are descendants of nobles? John asked with a complicated expression. Don't forget that I'm also a Westeros. Danny's tone was gentle as she spoke in the common language, your three companions, Lila Amber, Bruce Wayne, and Herman Tauha. Other than Wayne, I'm not sure. Amber from the last Heathfire and Tauha from Torrhen City, am I right? Your Majesty's eyes are sharp. Wayne's ancestor was a knight attached to Winterfell. He did not have any land, and after leaving Stark, his family's title was naturally lost. I see. Danny nodded. This world was very particular about inheritance, or rather, class was too rigid. Even if the descendants of nobles and commoners became mercenaries, those who could succeed were mostly descendants of nobles. This was because they had various inheritances such as swordsmanship, battle techniques, knowledge, etiquette, and initiative. Their survival ability was stronger, and their chances of rising to a high position were higher. Under the same conditions, others would have a higher recognition of the noble's bloodline. Your surname is Snow, and most people don't even have a wife. How can you have an illegitimate child? Danny continued. The illegitimate children of Westeros were like mistresses in modern society. Ordinary people did not have the right to have them. Who's your father? She asked curiously. Jon Snow smiled bitterly and shook his head, sighing, my father is probably a mercenary from Braavos. As for who he is, even my mother does not know. My mother is a Bolton. Bolton, the Flayer of Terror Castle? Danny was shocked. Yes. Commander John quickly added, Your Majesty, I don't skin people. In fact, the ancestors of the Bolton family stopped skinning people after they came to Ursos. It was too bloody and barbaric. It would cause disgust among customers and ruin the reputation of the Rose Group. Do you know the current situation in the northern region? Danny asked. I've been paying attention. I heard that Robb Stark led the nobles of the northern region south to Hajien to fight for the Iron Throne, John said. He's not interested in the Iron Throne. His main goal is to avenge his father. How can you be sure that he's not interested in the Iron Throne? Your Majesty, please forgive me. But 15 years ago, Theon Bella also rebelled in the name of revenge, but in the end, he sat on the Iron Throne, John said with a cold smile. What are your plans for the future? Danny changed the topic and asked tentatively, the situation in the Seven Kingdoms is chaotic. The four kings are fighting for supremacy. You can join one of them. Perhaps you'll have a chance to restore the glory of your ancestors. This. John was stunned. He said directly, Your Majesty, you also have thoughts of reclaiming the Iron Throne? To be honest, our ancestors are all self-exiled. Our family titles are still there, and we have no grudges against our own family. All right, I won't beat around the bush. Danny said bluntly, I think that with the reputation and integrity of the Rose Group, you have the right to pledge your loyalty to me. Right now, my goal is to flatten Slave Bay and destroy slavery. I'm not sure about the future. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. We're just holding on to our bottom line. Then, are you and your Rose Group willing to pledge your loyalty to me? Continue to be mercenaries and work for money, work for me, and your strength will be used in the meaningful and just cause of freeing the slaves. What's your choice? Danny asked. Your Majesty, you're making an enemy of the world. John's eyes flashed as he replied. The world has been ruled by the Dragon King for 5,000 years. Danny said. You only have 3 young dragons. My enemies are all trash. The young dragons are enough. The bearded Jon Snow was speechless. Me and my Rose Group are trash too. His face flushed red. He wanted to refute, but the reality was that their 5,000 elite mercenaries were really like trash. They were swept away by the Queen before him. The slave masters of Kaiyuan and Mirin have too much wealth, enough to hire mercenaries from the entire world. When that time comes, they will learn the lesson of today's defeat. At the very least, there will be countless dragon-slaying crossbows hidden in their tents. The bearded John said, a tactic to deal with dragons. Haha, Captain John, do you think those slave masters will have the chance to form an alliance again? Do you think dragons can only breathe fire? Danny's laughter was as clear as a bell. Let me ask you, Party A is fighting for money, and Party B is fighting for their own lives and the lives of their families. Party B has more people than Party A, and can also know all of Party A's tactics and the status of the camp defenses, but Party A knows nothing about Party B. Who will win? This. John was stunned. Today's surprise attack is not a special case. In the future, any battle between me and the Guy's alliance will be similar to today. The information on both sides is completely unequal. Go back and discuss it with your companions. I won't force you. If you refuse, you just have to pay the ransom according to tradition and swear not to join my enemy's camp. After that, Danny turned her horse around and prepared to return to Poplar Slope. Wait a minute. John stopped her and asked seriously, Your Majesty, please tell me, how will you use the Rose Group? Danny reined in her horse and turned back. I will expand the Mother of Dragons guards. The cavalry and infantry will be several times larger. The soldiers will be selected from the slave army. If you pledge your loyalty to me, I will break up the Rose Group and form the generals and officers in the new legion. It is impossible for every mercenary to be Jorah Mormont, but it is certainly not a problem to command 10 men and 100 men. The Rose Group has 800 backbone members. Even if they are only promoted to captain of a 10-man team, Danny will immediately have 8,000 more warriors. No matter how poor the quality of the slave soldiers is, they are better than the Westeros peasant soldiers with manure forks and sickles, right? As for why they didn't select the officers from the original Dragon Mother's guards and form another army, that way their loyalty would be more guaranteed. The problem is that the members of the Mother of Dragons guards were slaves before, and there are too few people who have received military training. Even the cadres in the army at this time are not qualified. For example, Danny's cavalry commander, Scarback Simon, was chosen as the commander by Whitebeard for only 2 reasons: his voice is loud enough and his political background is good. Well, the so-called political background is that he was born as a slave and hated the slave owners. He has a high level of personal worship for Danny, who freed the slaves. His real technical and tactical literacy is actually very weak. His equestrian skills are not even as good as Danny's Maidiri. If the Gith Alliance does not take the initiative to attack, she will let Jorah and Barristan train them for another year and a half. But John is right. The slave owners are rich and can hire mercenaries and assassins from all over the world. She must take advantage of Kaiyuan and Mirin's defeat and weakness to lead the troops north and take down the 2 cities in 3 months. Well, the mercenaries of the trading city-states on the west coast generally take 2 months to half a year to reach Mirin. Your Majesty, Jon Snow is willing to pledge my loyalty to you. The bearded captain walked a few steps and came to Danny's horse, knelt on one knee and said solemnly. Oh, where are your members? Danny understood the meaning of his words and asked with a smile. The Rose Group is disbanded in my hands today. The members are all voluntary. They can stay and pledge their loyalty to you, but they will no longer have a superior and subordinate relationship with me. If the members choose to leave, I will hand over the Winter Rose flag and they can reorganize the Rose Group. Jon Snow said loudly. This is a smart man. Danny flipped off her horse and pulled out the long sword at her waist. The sword tip rested on the bearded captain's shoulder and said, Do you still remember how to swear an oath to the monarch? Probably. Jon Snow was both excited and terrified at Danny's solemn loyalty to him. At the same time, there was a sacred ritual in his heart. I swear, I will never let down the person who gave me such honor. He blushed and made a decision in his heart. Do you believe in the old gods or other gods? Danny asked solemnly. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, I should believe in the old gods, but there is not even a weirwood in the continent of Ursos. I may believe in the most popular red god, Light King Lalo, but I feel that I am still a Westeros. So, your majesty, I am willing to swear in the name of the 7 gods. Yes, I believe in the 7 gods too. Danny laughed. This was not a lie. As a monarch, Danny needed to have faith. Non-believers were even more unacceptable than the fallen. She could not tell people that she believed in the Buddha and the 3 pure ones, right? That was not right. In modern society, she did not believe in Buddha or the 3 pure ones. 7 gods, Heavenly Father, Judgment, Holy Mother, Motherly Love and Nurturing, Warrior, Courage and Victory, Maiden, Innocence and Purity, Blacksmith, Craftsmanship and Labor, Crone, Wisdom, Stranger, Death and Fear of the Unknown. The Church of the 7 Gods did not have real gods. The 7 gods only represented the 7 stages of life and the 7 noble virtues. It was not much different from the modern 8 honors and 8 disgraces. Danny felt that the 7 gods were the most advanced religion in the world. It was okay to believe in them. Chapter 131. The southwest wind brought the salty smell of the sea to the east coast of Slaver's Bay, diluting the smell of blood and fire on the battlefield below Poplar Slope. The midday sun reflected the dazzling white light on the snow-white blade with 7 or 8 notches, causing Barristan and the others to squint slightly. 7 wooden stakes stood behind Danny. The upper half of the stakes were freshly carved with the faces of 7 people, a bearded man holding a balance, the father, a smiling woman, the mother, a young man with a long sword, the warrior, a veiled girl, the maiden, a man with a hammer, the blacksmith, a hunchback old woman holding a lamp, the old woman, and a faceless man, the stranger. Danny tapped the sword 3 times on the shoulder of the excited bearded man and said loudly, Jon Snow, the illegitimate son of Braavos and the Northerners, under the witness of the 7 gods, are you willing to swear allegiance to me and serve me with your courage, strength, and wisdom for the rest of your life? She took off her helmet, and the silver hair on her grayish-black shoulder armor shone brightly under the sunlight. Her palm-sized fair face was filled with a solemn and respectful expression, and her smoky purple eyes only made people feel sincerity and dignity, ignoring her beautiful face. Jon knelt on one knee and shouted excitedly, I, the illegitimate son of Braavos and the Northerners, Jon Snow, swear allegiance to my lord, Danny Liz Targaryen. I swear allegiance to you and will never leave your side. I accept your allegiance. Danny smiled like a blooming flower. I swear, you will always have a place by my fireplace. You will drink wine at my table and eat meat with me. I swear, I will never let your service be tarnished. In the name of the 7 gods, I, Danny Liz Targaryen, solemnly swear. She then sheathed her sword and looked around. Finally, her eyes fell on Jon's head and said softly, as the Lord and Queen of Jon Snow, I declare that Jon Snow is the son of Luna Bolton. From today onwards, he will inherit his mother's surname. Jon Bolton, thank my lord. Big Beardy's voice trembled. The fake main character follower I just accepted is gone. Danny took 2 more steps to the side and came up to another bearded man who was kneeling on one knee. She tapped his shoulder 3 times with the flat of her sword and said, Bruce Wayne, descendant of the exiles from the northern region, under the witness of the old and new gods, are you willing to swear allegiance to me and be my most loyal knight for the rest of your life, serving me with your courage, strength, and wisdom? Well, Bruce was like many Westeros. He believed in the old traditional gods of the Northern Territory, but he was also respectful and pious to the 7 gods. In fact, Jorah Mormont was like this. He was a Northerner, but he was baptized by the ritual of the 7 gods and became a proper knight. For Bruce, Danny's oath was slightly different. After Bruce took the oath, the tall red-haired woman, Lara Amber, and the black-haired middle-aged man, Herman Talha, were next. This was not the end. When the 4 newly promoted knights stood up excitedly, Scarback Simon, Fatty Morono, Black Man Tal, Centaur Chui Lo, and the other 25 warriors lined up in 2 rows and knelt in front of the statue of the 7 gods and Danny. This was a reward based on merit. The 25 people in front of them had made great contributions in today's battle and would be conferred as knights by Danny together. Well, they could have other beliefs, but they would still be baptized by the 7 gods and become the most orthodox knights, although many of them did not have proper knight skills at all. Looking at Chui Lo's blushing face as he loudly swore to Danny, Ago said to Rakalu with a bitter taste, "I also want to become a knight." "Me too," Rakalu muttered. Ago was stunned. He shook his head and said, "No, Calixi said that we, the blood guards, are her blood of my blood. Our closeness and loyalty far surpasses that of knights and lords. We can't neglect the essentials." Yes, yes, yes. Calixi's father's kingdom was overthrown by his vassals, and the Sea of Grass has never had a blood guard who betrayed Kal. Ago came back to his senses and said excitedly, "Well, we are Calixi's last barrier." In addition to conferring the 25 warriors as knights, Danny then conferred the title of a knight to each of them one by one. A knight was not necessarily a knight, but a knight was only considered to have stepped on the threshold of nobility. A knight was considered a true noble, although it was the lowest level of nobility. Danny was clear about rewards and punishments. The Rose group had just joined her, so it was impossible for them to have the same rewards as the generals who had won a great battle for her. After conferring the titles of knights, today's ceremony was not over. Danny still had to confer herself as a knight. Well, knights and titles did not coincide. A knight conferred by the king could be respectfully called a knight, but he was not a true knight. And even if Danny had the title of queen, she was still not a knight. She had not undergone the baptism of knights, nor had she applied holy ointment, nor had she served a true knight. How could the king of a group of knights not be a knight? As the commander of the White Knights, if he was willing to use his reputation as a guarantee, he had the right to confer anyone as a knight. Except for the king. If the Mad King Eris was still alive, or even Danny's cheap second brother was still alive, Baristan could confer her as a knight with the status of a princess. Princesses and crown princes could kneel to the commander of the King's Guard, but only the queen or the king could not. It was not that the queen could not become a knight. If the Archbishop of the Church of the 7 Gods was here, he could represent the Church of the 7 Gods to confer Danny as a knight. But now, there was not even a low-level cultivator. But, Danny let all the knights, including Baristan, line up below her and announced loudly, "There is no Church of the 7 Gods in Slave Bay, and there is no Archbishop. So, I have decided to follow the precedent and concurrently hold the position of Archbishop Astapor." She was not exaggerating. The blessed by God Saint Baylor, the one who locked her 3 sisters in the Virgin House and buried the fuse of the Black Fire Rebellion, held both the position of king and archbishop. If Danny could maintain her current persona until the moment of her death, then she would definitely be praised as Saint Danny by future generations. Her historical status in the Church of the 7 Gods was higher than Saint Baylor. It was probably similar to Saint Peter, Saint John, and Saint Paul in Christianity. At this moment, Saint Danny, as the Archbishop, conferred Queen Danny, Liz I as a knight. The Knight Queen Danny unsheathed her sword and inserted it beside her. She knelt on one knee facing the Church of the 7 Gods. Dozens of knights behind her pulled out their swords and scimitars. They followed Danny and knelt behind her with a solemn expression. "I swear to be kind to the weak," Danny said loudly. "I swear to be kind to the weak." The knights behind her shouted in unison. "I swear to fight against violence bravely. I swear to fight against all wrong and injustice. I swear to use the sword in my hand to fight for the people of the world. I swear to not hurt children and babies. I swear to help my brothers as knights. I swear to be honest and trustworthy. I swear to abide by the basic laws and customs. I swear to be ashamed of ignorance, to be ashamed of ease and work, to be ashamed of extravagance and debauchery. Dany recited a sentence, and her knights swore together. The scene was simple but sacred, and the atmosphere was even more solemn. The surrounding soldiers quietly witnessed everything that happened. They were in awe and worship, but they also looked forward to it. However, Dany's new invention of the Knight's Declaration was a bit, cough cough, too much of it. At the end, it was almost shouting, 8 honors and 8 disgraces. Alright, the 8 honors and 8 disgraces were undoubtedly more advanced than the real Knight's Declaration. Well, the idea was more advanced. The Westeros Knights regarded the law as nothing. They were all ignorant, extravagant, and greedy. It was time for them to be baptized by the advanced ideas of the great celestial empire. Dany said the last sentence of the oath loudly to conclude, in the face of a strong enemy, be fearless. Be courageous, loyal, and upright. Rather die than submit. Protect the weak. Do not go against the law. As a feudal Night Queen, of course, she couldn't let her subordinates forget about loyalty and bravery. If she didn't proclaim loyalty, should she encourage the knights to rebel? Now that they were at war, bravery and fearlessness were even more important. After the coronation ceremony, Dany stood up and looked around. She found that the morale and spirit of the soldiers were much higher than before. Obviously, they saw the glory and also felt the real benefits of military achievements. The morale of the soldiers could be used. Dany sighed and ordered the servants to prepare wine and meat. After winning the battle and conferring so many knights, of course, there would be a celebration. After arranging the celebration for this afternoon, Dany gathered all the newly promoted knights to clean up the aftermath of the battle. The Unsullied were in charge of leading the servants to clean up the battlefield. Grey Worm was the first to stand up and report the results of the battle. Your Majesty, we lost 127 knights and another 206 were injured. We are unable to join the battle immediately. Dany frowned. Even with such an advantageous battle situation, the casualties were still more than 10%. This ratio, in addition, during the bloody wedding, when the Fry family, about 2,000 to 3,000 people, and Bolton, about 3,000 infantrymen, worked together to kill Robb's 4,000 elite soldiers, the Fry family only lost about 50 people. Among them, 10 were bitten to death by Robb's dire wolf, Grey Wind. Yes, in the TV series, Game of Power, Grey Wind died tragically in the beast cage. He lived a pitiful life and died a cowardly death. In the original, Ice and Fire, Grey Wind was released by Reynold Westland. He went on a killing spree and died a heroic death. Reynold Westland was Robb's brother-in-law, Jenny's elder brother in Steep Cliff City, and the eldest son of Lady Sebel. Sebel did not tell her children about her collusion with Tywin. She was known as the #1 spy in Ice and Fire. She even made an agreement with Tywin to find a Lannister wife for Reynold. In the end, the traitor's mother and the loyal son, Reynold, committed suicide by jumping into the river during the bloody wedding. Yes, he was outnumbered, but he was unwilling to surrender to the Fry family who violated the rights of the guests. He was extremely loyal and brave. In addition, Robb's dire wolf was several times more sensitive to its master's danger than Dany's dragon. It bit and growled at Sebel and her brother many times in front of Robb to remind its master. However, it was very close to Sebel's son, Reynold. Why did so many people die? Dany looked at Barristan and asked. She took Little Green and 500 knights to clean up the stubborn strongholds, but only 20 people died. Whitebeard led a large force to charge in the empty camp. No one should be able to stop him. After all, the camp had been trampled by the horses. We didn't lose many people in the southern camp, but when we changed horses to sweep the northern camp, we encountered a lot of resistance. The old general sighed. Dany nodded and said nothing. The guy's slave owner naturally put the mercenary group at the front of the camp. After seeing the situation of the enemy camp through the Black Dragon, Dany accurately cut the guy's alliance's camp in half. There were mostly traders and slave soldiers in the north. The threat was small and could be put aside first. The mercenary group was at the south end, but they were all wiped out by her. After Whitebeard's 2,000 cavalrymen swept through the mercenary camp several times, they changed to energetic mounts and swept to the north. It was completely worth it to capture tens of thousands of slaves and traders at the cost of hundreds of casualties. Chapter 132. How many people escaped? Dany looked at Barristan and asked. 6 great lords and virtuous lords have all escaped, including Grand Commander Graz, Dan. 90% of the Gith soldiers in yellow silk cloaks have also escaped. The peddlers and prostitutes were also crying and running away. I told them that you won't hurt the innocent, so they stayed. Speaking of this, he frowned and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, they can't escape even if they want to. The slave masters and Gith soldiers have fast horses, but the peddlers have heavy bags of radiance coins to carry. The prostitutes don't have horses, nor do they know how to ride. It's fine if the slave warriors stay. Dany nodded. Not only the slave warriors, but there are also laborers several times the number of warriors. They are all slaves. Barristan said. That's even better. Then, she looked at Grey Worm and asked, how are the casualties of the Unsullied and the Freedom Guards? The Unsullied and the archers are very lucky. There are no casualties and they retain all their combat strength. The civilian guards killed 8 and injured 17 while cleaning the battlefield, and 3 were whipped 10 times by the Unsullied enforcement team for forcing the prostitutes to have sex. After pondering for a moment, Dany sighed and said, Grey Worm, arrange for the Unsullied to give each cavalry 10 gold radiance coins as a reward, the archers and Unsullied 40 silver radiance coins each, and the civilian guards 2 silver radiance coins each. Then, gritting her teeth, she said in a deep voice, tell the peddlers to bring all the prostitutes here, but they are not allowed to enter the Poplar Hill camp. Yes. Afanti, have you stopped the warhorses? Dany looked at the old centaur and asked. Afanti belonged to the centaur people. He led a group of old centaurs and female centaurs to set up a barrier behind the Poplar Hill camp to stop the horses. Calixi, a total of 20,000 warhorses, 30,000 pack horses, 20,000 cows, 35,000 sheep, and 900 fat pigs. The horses followed the herd, but I don't think many of them escaped, but the pigs like to drill into the forest. I don't know how many pigs have become wild boars. Afanti said. Have the civilian guards taken the meat from the dead livestock in the camp and marinated it? Dany looked at the militia captain and asked. Your Majesty, you have already made arrangements. We are cleaning up the corpses while marinating them. I don't think they will stink, but, in the end, the middle-aged black man from the Midsummer Islands hesitated. Captain Takeo, just what? Dany frowned and asked. Your Majesty, some of the corpses have been crushed. We can't tell if it's human or pig meat, Tako said awkwardly. Human hair is soft and pig hair is hard. Can't you tell? The red-haired Lila complained. Some men have hard hair in certain areas too, Tucker said, unconvinced. Cough, cough, Dany waved her hand and said, throw it away. If you can't tell, throw it away. Aren't the bodies supposed to be burned? Taker was puzzled. Burn it, burn it. Dany nodded and asked, how many cows and horses did the Great Northern Revenue collect? There are 8,000 war horses, 15,000 pack horses, and countless cows, pigs, and sheep pulling the carriages. However, many of them belong to the merchants. Should we rob them? Yes, our code states that property obtained through legitimate means is sacred. Even the king can't take it. Don't bother about the prostitutes' carriages, cattle carts, and pigs, but the merchants who provide food for the slave masters must confiscate half of their property. Then use the confiscated money to buy the remaining half of their livestock. Dany sneered. She thought for a moment and added, oh right, tell them not to raise the prices. Forget it, just cut them according to the current prices in Astapor. After that, Danny gave out orders related to capturing supplies and preventing epidemics. After the officers left to carry out the orders, she muttered, "Our losses in this battle are very small. We can continue to fight. This time, it's our turn to attack the slave master's city. Your Majesty, you plan to take down Kaiuan." The newly joined knight John immediately thought of what she said before, make sure the slave masters don't have the chance to hire mercenaries. "How many soldiers do we need to take down Kaiuan now?" she asked. John immediately replied, "Kaiuan's main business is training and trading slaves. They don't have much military strength to begin with. Now that the Gai's army has been wiped out by your Majesty, Kaiuan is practically an empty city. With the morale of your Majesty's army and the help of the dragons, it should be easy to take down Kaiuan as long as 2,000 cavalry can reach it quickly. The key is that controlling Kaiuan will require a lot of manpower. Not only will we be unable to attack Mirin, but the 600-kilometer coastline from Astapor to Kaiuan will also become a huge burden for us if the stalemate continues." Baristan frowned. The next step is to develop the navy. I want Slaver's Bay to be my bathtub," Danny said confidently. "The navy is a high-tech force. It will be difficult to develop it in a short period of time unless your Majesty's dragons can patrol the estuary of Slaver's Bay daily," the White Knight said. "If I can develop it in a year or so, we can try," Danny said hesitantly. "In any case, the sooner we take down Kaiuan and Mirin, the better. At least we can kill all the slave masters and empty the two cities of their wealth," Simon said fiercely. "Then let's rest for the night and set off for Kaiuan tomorrow?" Danny asked Baristan with her eyes. She could propose a strategic goal, but the one who truly commanded the battle was an experienced veteran. "I'll arrange it," Whitebeard said slowly. "You haven't slept all night. Go rest for a while," Danny said softly. "What about you, your Majesty?" "I'm still young. It doesn't matter if I stay up late." "All right." The old man smiled tiredly. He could not help but think of himself 40 years ago. When he fought against ferocious Maris on the Stone Steps archipelago, it was common for him to stay up late and discuss tactics with his comrades. After the meeting, Danny went to the field to attend the soldiers' funerals under the escort of Bevoes and the Blood Brotherhood. The weather in Slaver's Bay was hot and the bodies could not be stored for long. More than 200 crematoria were neatly arranged. In front of each crematoria stood an armored cavalry. The cavalry held a blue flag with black wings. This was the Wings of Liberty flag of the Mother of Dragons Guards, in the blue sky, just like Queen Dany's black dragon, flying freely with its black wings. As for why it was not little green or little white. They were relatively small, far less powerful than Big Black, and far less intelligent than the Black Dragon. Big Black had the aura of a big boss just by looking at it. Under the gaze of more than 10,000 idle soldiers, Dany rode past each crematoria on her big yellow horse and saw the faces of the sacrificed soldiers. The soldiers' appearance had been cleaned and mended. The iron armor was removed, and the leather armor was replaced by a large T-shirt with the image of a black dragon on the chest. Don't doubt it. Before Dany came, the people of Slave Bay were already wearing short shirts. Dany just adjusted the style to be more modern. After walking around, she shouted at the crematoria, "Send off the soldiers." The knights holding the Wings of Liberty flag took a step forward, inserted the flagpole into the arms of the martyrs, and held the flagpole with their right hands. "Even if you enter the kingdom of the dead, you are still free soldiers, soldiers under my command, heroes who brought freedom and a better future to countless slaves." Dany looked around at everyone and said in a clear voice. The noon sun wantonly scattered light and heat on the fields. Tens of thousands of soldiers watched solemnly as the queen personally lit the crematoria with torches. Dany did not stand there waiting for the flames to extinguish. It was difficult for the temperature to drop before evening. The cremation ceremony had been completed, and the rest of the work was done by the people. They would put the ashes of the soldiers who died in the battle into jars. When they returned to Astapor, those jars with names and numbers would be handed over to their respective relatives along with the pension. If there were no relatives, they would be sent to the bottom of the Great Pyramid where Dani stored the supplies. Next came the part that Dani was most familiar with, freeing the slaves. She had done it too many times. How to boost morale by shouting slogans, how to make the slaves revere her like a god from the bottom of their hearts, and how to make them feel grateful to her like a second parent. Back in the present, she would most likely become a big MLM boss in the United States. Oh, no, the correct name would be President's Competition. Along with the shouts of, "I want freedom, long live the mother of dragons," slave collars and slave chains were thrown to the ground one by one. The slaves disappeared one by one, and new freedmen appeared one by one. More than 70,000 new freedmen stretched out their arms to Queen Dani, shouting, "Misha, Misha," crazily. Dani galloped on her horse, dexterously passing through the jungle of arms. She opened her arms and leaned slightly on the horse's back. Her hands swept across the sea made up of countless white, brown, black, and amber-colored arms, bringing up stormy waves. Under the blue sky and white clouds, 3 brightly colored megalosaurus hovered above her head, and the dragon's roar echoed with the tsunami like Misha. Well, in fact, Dani had been in the dragon's spirit state. The black dragon stared closely at the 10-meter radius around her, and everyone's movements were clearly seen. If there was an assassin, to be honest, if there was an assassin disguised as a slave to assassinate her, Dani was not afraid. Her thick armor was almost flawless. If something unpredictable happened, Dahe would also descend from the sky in a second or two, pick her up with its claws and take her away. Dani stimulated the passion of the new freedmen at the scene to the peak. When she shouted, "I need warriors, fight for me, fight to defend freedom, and fight to defeat the slave owners," countless people raised their arms and shouted, "Die for the mother of dragons." Dani told John Bolton proudly, "Now you know where my men are, don't you?" Dani said as she watched the countless battle-hardened warriors lining up to register. As long as there are slave owners, there must be slaves. No slave does not desire freedom, and I am the symbol of freedom. Your Majesty, you are the goddess of freedom of Slave Bay. The knight exclaimed. Well, that's possible. Dani tilted her head and thought for a while. As the Archbishop of Slave Bay, I have to make slight adjustments to the teachings of the 7 gods of Slave Bay. The innocence and purity of the young girl. The meaning is good, but it seems a little narrow. I have decided that the young girl of the 7 gods of Slave Bay represents purity and freedom. The blacksmith has a hammer in his hand, the warrior has a sword in his hand, and the Heavenly Father has a balance in his hand. The young girl should hold a torch and illuminate the future of freedom for those who step into Slave Bay. Good, good. The red-haired Lila clapped her hands and smiled. The meaning of the young girl was indeed a little weak before, but now that your Majesty has changed it, it has become more noble and sacred. It also fits the current social environment of Slave Bay. Yes, we can use your Majesty's image to carve a statue of the young girl. Your Majesty is the young girl who has descended to the mortal world, the bearded Bruce complimented. Ha ha ha. Dani waved her hand and said cheerfully, it's still too early to say that. Our current goal is to take down Kai Yuan. Too early doesn't mean we won't do it forever. This shameless guy, woo, just as they were talking, a cry that sounded like a pig being slaughtered came from not far away. Dani turned her head to look and saw that at the periphery of the long recruitment line, her own armored guards were pushing a fat man who was dressed extravagantly. The fat man stumbled and fell on his butt in the mud. The fat man struggled to get up and cried, I want to see the Dragon Queen. I am not a slave owner. I want to see the Dragon Queen. Chapter 133. Are you a trader transporting food for the Gith Alliance? Danny sat on the big yellow horse and looked down at the white-skinned fat man with black upright hair through the gap in the helmet. Although you are a Gith, I didn't deal with you merchants like I dealt with the virtuous lord. I didn't create the punishment of half of the property. There have been many such precedents in the city-state war. Danny was not wrong. In the city-state war, if one side won a Pyrrhic victory, in order to make up for the war losses, most of the captured merchants would be squeezed out of part or even all of the property. After all, the profits of war were too rich. Perhaps the two city-states would fight to the death, but in the end, the big merchants of the third city-state would benefit. For example, this time, the property Danny seized from the Gith slave owner was not even 1/3 of the property seized from the merchants. After traveling 600 kilometers, most of the gold coins carried by the Gith Alliance army were spent on the group of merchants behind them. Your Majesty, I am not a Gith. You have such a hairstyle and wear a toka robe, and you say you are not a Gith? Danny sneered, don't be afraid, I'm not against the Gith people. In fact, most of the Gith people in Estapo are living better than before. This is boasting. The Gith people who were reduced to slaves because of bankruptcy are now free people, given dozens of acres of land, and can get a large amount of interest-free loans from Danny. Of course, their lives are better than before. But the Gith people who were originally slaves were a minority after all. Without the privileges of high-ranking citizens, the Gith craftsmen who mastered superb craftsmanship even wanted to leave Estapo. Your Majesty, my skin is so white, how can I be a pure-blood Gith? This dress is just to get more respect from the Gith slave owner. You see. He untied the cloth band tied on his forehead, revealing the green striped tattoo on his left forehead. Danny's expression turned strange. She looked at Fatty from head to toe. Black unicorn hair, a fat face like a steamed bun, a humble smile on his face, black squinted eyes that flickered with vigilance, a small nose, and abnormally plump lips that looked like two sausages hanging around his mouth. He is not tall, about 1.65, shorter than Danny, but his body is very thick. Well, not just fat, like the eunuch Beavis, it is a kind of solid fat. You used to be a slave from a trading city-state. Slaves in the free trade city-states would have different types of tattoos on their faces according to their occupation. For example, the slave warriors were tattooed with ferocious beasts, such as tigers, lions, poisonous scorpions, and so on. The hotel attendants were tattooed with gentle small animals or miscellaneous items, such as turtles, grass, kettles, and wheels. However, prostitutes were generally more uniform. They only left a teardrop mark on the tip of their brows, so as not to affect their appearance. The slaves of Slave Bay generally did not have tattoos on their faces. This was mainly because Slave Bay was a slave processing factory, and the products were to be exported. Perhaps the slave owners of other city-states who bought slaves did not like the tattoos that came with the factory. Your Majesty Dragon Queen, I'm from Volantis. My name is Faust Doxum. I used to be a Tiger Head Army Sergeant. Because of my many contributions in battle, I've gradually gained some reputation in Volantis. My luck was good. A grain merchant's daughter was too fat and ugly to be married off, so he bought the handsome and brave me to be his son-in-law. After my father-in-law died, I inherited his business. The news of you freeing the slaves had spread like wildfire in Slave Bay. The big slave owners of Mirin and Kayuan spent money like crazy and hired mercenaries all over the world. As for me, I also wanted to take the opportunity to make a fortune. I brought 400 carts of sesame oil with me and followed the second sons across the Dothraki Sea to Mirin City in Slave Bay. After I sold the sesame oil to the slave owners, I bought a lot of food and livestock. He. After that, I came all the way here. Don't tell me you secretly impregnated their daughter. What's done can't be undone. Your father-in-law had no choice but to buy you as his son-in-law. Danny asked suspiciously. Your Majesty, why do you think so? Faust was stunned. Haven't you looked in the mirror? Or are the Volantis people used to hang sausages around their lips as decorations? Danny laughed. Your Majesty, you don't understand. After the white fatty came to his senses, he touched his thick lips and said proudly, a man with thick lips looks honest. My father-in-law was worried sick about his daughter's future, and I didn't let him down. Although I had 7 or 8 mistresses and had 15 illegitimate children, Dai Lin has always been my wife, and her children will steadily inherit my family's assets. Danny's face turned cold and said, maybe I should kill you and let your wife and children inherit your business immediately. Your dead father-in-law would be more relieved. Your Majesty, you're being unreasonable. The scumbag fatty was not afraid of her at all. When he heard Danny's threatening words, not only did he not beg for mercy, he even said shamelessly, you don't know how ugly my wife is. I don't need to look in the mirror every day when I wake up. Looking at her is like looking at myself in the mirror. Ha ha ha. Danny couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that Danny was laughing, the fatty showed a pitiful expression and said, being with such an ugly person, there are only 2 kinds of people who won't find a mistress. Poor people and people who can't do that, and I'm just, enough, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Danny waved her hand and interrupted the fatty's dirty jokes, and asked directly, why are you looking for me? Your Majesty, you took half of my horses and forcefully bought the other half, but you're not interested in the carriage and the food on the carriage. The fatty's fat face wrinkled like a bun and complained, even the slave workers were taken away by you. There's so much food piled up in the wilderness, how am I going to transport it? Oh, sorry, I didn't think it through. Danny said awkwardly. Fatty Faust was dumbfounded. The mother of dragons said, sorry, to me? Apologizing to a small merchant like me? Inexplicably, he had an urge to shout, long live the queen, please go and liberate Volantis. How about this, I'll use the market price of Astapor to buy all your food. She said. Screw the mother of dragons, Faust said with a straight face, Your Majesty, the market price of Astapor is even lower than the price I bought from Kayuan City. It's not even 1/50th of the price I sold to the guy's army. If I sell it like this, I'll go bankrupt. He wasn't exaggerating. The cost of transporting food over 1,000 miles, plus the consumption of food during the transportation process, would increase the cost by at least 10 times. Moreover, Astapor had 2 consecutive seasons of good harvests. Other than Danny and the winery, no one bought the food at all, so the market price was extremely low. Even if Danny didn't want to harm the interests of the farmers and used macro control measures to increase the government's food reserves, the price of food was only half of what it was before Danny moved to Astapor. It was also because the granaries of the pyramids and villages were full of food that Danny had no interest in the peddler's food. Then what do you want? Danny asked. As long as I don't lose money. You don't want to lose money when you lose the war. Danny sneered. The fat man gritted his teeth, as if he had made a difficult decision that would cost him half his life. Then. I don't mind losing money. Danny was about to mock him again when she suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She smiled and said, Faust, are all the merchants losing money? Not really. Those madams who raised a group of prostitutes made a lot of money. Tonight, they will make a lot of money in the hands of your soldiers. Right now, those prostitutes are rubbing their hands and preparing for a big fight. The fat merchant said sourly. Danny thought for a moment and said to an unsullied, inform those prostitutes that the mother of dragons will give them freedom. They can give up their career as prostitutes and become free citizens of Astapor. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, why would those girls give up their luxurious life and go to Astapor to be farmers? Textile workers. The fat man Faust chuckled. Danny glanced at the fat man and continued to say to the unsullied, ask those women if they want a husband. If they want, I can help them find a good family. They all want to marry big merchants and rich people. It's better to be a lover of a rich man than to marry a soldier. The fat man said sarcastically. You should take care of yourself first. Danny said coldly. Oh, Your Majesty, you must help me. Fatty immediately begged with a stuttering voice. So, I will buy your goods according to the market price of Astapor, and then compare the price you sold to the Gith slave merchant. I will make up the difference for you as the queen. The fat man's squinted eyes almost protruded like two big eggs. He stammered, "Your Majesty, are you crazy?" Danny glared at him and said, "The difference will not be given to you in the form of radiant coins. You can buy goods in Astapor. No matter what you buy, no matter what the price, I will return 40% of the amount spent. The accumulated amount of return will not exceed the total difference of the food. Of course, you don't need to use up the total amount of return at once. You can register your name and business name at the customs. The amount of return will be recorded under your name, and it will be effective when you come to Astapor again." This. The fat man Faust was a little confused at first, but gradually, his protruding pig eyes became brighter and brighter. He looked at Danny with eyes full of undisguised reverence. "Your Majesty, I am now sure that you are the real king," he said slowly in a solemn tone. "Wisdom, courage, benevolence, justice, the perfect Night King. At the same time, you also have extraordinary insights on governing the country and developing business. In the recorded history of mankind, I can't find a more perfect king than you. The world will change because of you. The first abscess in the history of mankind's development, slavery, may really come to an end." Ouch, I misjudged him. Although the merchant Faust is fat, lecherous, and greedy, his knowledge is very high. Danny actually felt that the fat man was not as eye-catching as he used to be. Who knew that the fat man would immediately become wretched and fawning again? He begged with tears in his eyes, "Your Majesty, that. You are so kind, so please help me to the end. Why don't you just give me a 20% discount? How about a 30% discount? I can't go bankrupt. If I go bankrupt, my whole family will die." Sob, sob, sob. "What do you mean? How will your whole family die if you go bankrupt?" Danny said in annoyance. Her right hand couldn't help but press on the hilt of her sword. If the fat man said anything unpleasant, she would immediately cut his fat face with her sword. "Your Majesty, although your policy is good, what goods do you have in Astapor that are worth buying? It can't be an unsullied, right?" The fat man said with a bitter face. "Hee, your impression of Astapor is still from half a year ago. Don't say anything else. Just go and see for yourself." Just as they were talking, Danny's expression suddenly changed. She said to the fat man, "I have something to do and need to leave immediately. If you have any questions, go to Astapor and talk to my clerk." "What is it?" the fat man asked in confusion. "There's no harm in telling you. The Gith Navy has entered the Worm River." Danny turned her head and said lightly. She then quickly rode her horse to the poplar slope. Chapter 134. When Big Black flew back to Poplar Slope from Astapor, Yora Mormont's messenger Crow arrived almost at the same time. This time, the anti-magic Mother of Dragons Alliance did not only attack from land. In fact, there were more than one army. One army, 5,000 mercenaries, 30,000 slave soldiers, and 3,000 yellow silk cloaks, gathered in Kayuan City and attacked Astapor from the north to the south. One army gathered in Kayuan, Mireen, New Gith, and even more than 20 longships, 70 to 80 ships, and more than 100 ships entered the sea area of Astapor. There was also a third army, the Gith Iron Legion's assault team from the south to the north. After the 2nd Sun Regiment was wiped out in the morning, Danny let Big Black return to Astapor alone, and monitor the enemy fleet within a few dozen kilometers from a height of 5,000 meters. Baristan guessed that the Gith coalition had communication with the sea fleet. Perhaps the enemy planned to follow Danny's plan and launch a surprise attack this afternoon with both sea and land forces. Well, the Gith Iron Legion north of the Worm River would also go north to destroy the industrial and agricultural production system that Danny had worked so hard to build. The army in the north was completely defeated. I thought they would retreat. Did the slave master lose the messenger crow in the process of escaping? Did the Sea Coalition not receive the notice? Beristan rested for more than 2 hours in his armor, and then began to work again. Maybe the ship was equipped with dragon-slaying crossbows, so they became bold and wanted to try to be dragon-slaying warriors. Danny sneered. In the process of clearing the camp of the Gith Coalition, the militia found the wreckage of hundreds of heavy crossbows. Most of them were trampled by horses along with other military supplies, but there were still dozens of them in good condition in the north camp. Golden silk wood of the Summer Islands was as thick as an adult's wrist, 2 meters long bow, 9 koa refined steel wires were wound into a bowstring as thick as a pinky finger, and 2 strong men turned a winch assembled by pulleys to string the crossbow. The arrow was 3 meters long, a fine steel spear as thick as a thumb, and a series of dark red flame runes on the arrowhead, magic runes enchanted by the red-robed priests and fire warlocks. Danny had tried it herself. She let little white and little green breathe fire on the crossbow, and the steel at the end quickly turned red and slowly softened, but the rune arrowhead burned bright red and showed no signs of melting. He didn't know if the runes were really effective or if the blacksmiths in Kohor had used special steel. Just the 2,000 steel crossbow bolts that were found cost more than 20,000 gold royals, plus the expensive golden wirewood crossbow. The Guy's Alliance had spent at least 100,000 gold royals on the Dragon Slayer crossbow. The newly joined Rose group also revealed that the Guy's people had ordered more than 500 dragon-slaying crossbows in Kohor. One could imagine that the enemy's warships were also equipped with similar crossbows. However, Beristan said that Kohor did not know how to make real dragon-slaying crossbows. These crossbows were modified from siege crossbows, and their agility and lethality were 80% weaker than the dragon-slaying crossbows developed by the scholars. All steel crossbow arrows are too heavy and can't fly high. As long as the Megalosaurus is more than 50 meters away from the crossbow, it's safe. However, the Balerian dragon flame has a direct killing range of more than 80 meters, he told Danny. Danny cursed in her heart. The Targaryens of the previous generation had holes in their heads. What the hell were they thinking? They actually cooperated with the scholars to study the killing range of the dragon. Did they want Balerion to cooperate with the scholars to develop a crossbow that could kill them? The old man seemed to have guessed her thoughts and said faintly, "Only by knowing the limits of your own dragon can you better protect yourself and your dragon." That makes sense. I'll be careful. Danny nodded and ordered the militia to prepare firewood for burning the dead mercenaries and Guy's people's corpses. Unlike their own side, which only had about 200 cavalry dead, the Guy's Alliance had at least 12,000 corpses left behind. It was very troublesome to clean them up, and they only managed to clean them up around 2:00 in the afternoon. Collecting firewood for burning more than 10,000 corpses was another big project, and it was estimated that they could start a fire at noon tomorrow. I'll go first. Remember to ask the militia to dig latrines for the new slaves, and sprinkle a layer of lime powder on the Guy's Alliance's camp. Danny climbed onto Blackie's body while instructing Beristan. Beristan was a veteran general who had been on the battlefield for a long time, but the matter of military hygiene. No one cared about it for tens of thousands of years since the birth of civilization. As early as half a year ago, when she saw the unsullied people defecating everywhere outside the tent, Danny quickly formulated military camp hygiene regulations. For example, they must wash their faces and hands before eating, and if there is no water, they must rub sand. For example, they must dig a trench outside the camp, and they must go to the trench to relieve themselves. Even if it was inconvenient for the general to pee with the soldiers, they had to be pulled into a wooden bucket and carried by the attendants into the trench. For example, after the war, the corpses were immediately cleaned and burned, and a thin layer of lime powder was sprinkled on the battlefield and camp. The soldiers' tents were also steamed with vinegar to disinfect every now and then. "Let's go!" Danny yelled at Little White and Little Green. The 3 dragons flapped their wings and leaped into the sky with great force. The wide fleshy wings flapped vigorously, stirring up bits of grass and dust. John Bolton could not help but cover his forehead with his hand. Under the sunlight, the black dragon's dark back and dark red wing bones reflected a metallic luster. Seeing him fly higher and higher with Danny on his back, the knight asked worriedly, "Is it okay for His Majesty to go back alone?" Baristan said faintly, "Don't worry, Astapor still has a king's guard, more than 3,000 unsullied people, 5,000 Mother of Dragons guards, and 10,000 militia. Let's go and choose new free guards from the registered slave warriors." The 3 dragons only took a quarter of an hour to cover the distance of 20 kilometers. From afar, Danny saw the Gith fleet that stretched for 4 or 5 nautical miles through the Megalosaurus's perspective in the dragon's spirit state. The brown, and white sails were like roses blooming on the blue sea. They seemed to form a flower garden that half surrounded the city of Astapor. She came back just in time, and the battle had just begun. Boom, boom, boom. The ballistas and catapults on the city walls of Astapor roared. The position of the guards of Astapor was higher, and the catapults defending the city were bigger than the catapults on the ships. They were more powerful and had a longer range, so they first launched an attack on the ships that were trying to form an attack formation. Thick, long crossbow bolts that glinted with cold light and oil cans that were emitting black smoke streaked across the sky. Most of them only caused splashes on the surface of the sea, but a few hit their targets and left a hole on the enemy's deck or ignited a string of flames on the enormous sails. Danny even saw Cora in a white robe shouting loudly. The Wings of Liberty flag on the walkway of the city walls danced in the sea breeze. The strong, shirtless soldiers turned the capstan hard, rewinding it for the catapult. She also saw the Gith sailors nimbly climbing the ropes like monkeys, coming to the top of the burning sails, and pouring sand from their bags onto the fire. Then, 4 to 5 2-meter-long crossbow bolts flew over. Unfortunately, one of them pierced right through the skinny sailor's abdomen. Like a piece of mutton on a skewer, the thick wooden bolt carried the sailor, who was howling and flailing his limbs wildly, for another 7 to 8 meters before finally nailing to the bottom of the bridge railing. The tail of the crossbow was still buzzing and vibrating, and the sailor was still groaning, but no one paid him any attention. The second mate loudly urged the second firefighter to climb up the mast. The captain on the bridge only bent down to look at the hanging body below, and then cursed and shouted for the throwers on the bow and stern deck to fight back. As the warships adjusted their direction, the dock area of Astapor had entered their attack range. The dragons are back. The Mother of Dragons guards on the city walls cheered loudly. The 2 sides of the battle looked up. The 3 dragons hovering in the sky were only the size of a falcon, and with the strong sunlight, ordinary people would not even notice them, but the people of Astapor were too familiar with the 3 dragons, and they had seen similar scenes many times in the past 6 months. At first, there were only a few people, but gradually, the nearly 20,000 soldiers in the city shouted together, "Long live the Queen, long live the Mother of Dragons." The enemy ships on the sea heard the cheers, and looked for a while with their binoculars, and immediately found the 3 dragons circling under the sun. Woo woo woo, the low sound of the horn slowly spread on the sea, and almost all the ships began to lower their sails. The warships that had not yet set up their positions stretched out long oars from both sides of the ship. With the sound of drums, hundreds of naked sailors shouted, "Yo yo 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 yo," and used their strength to move the long oars. The ships obeyed the command of the captain, and creaked as they moved. Well, the oarsmen were not wearing clothes, and most of them were still wearing leather slave collars. "They are really brave, chasing us to the Worm River Delta." Looking at the longships wandering in the river, Danny sneered. The Guy's coalition army's ships were divided into 2 types. One type was slower, but had a large tonnage. Its deck was loaded with several, or even a dozen, cannons, and there were rows of powerful ballistas on the sides of the ship. The bow of the ship had a hard ram. This type of ship was mainly used to gain control of the sea. The other type of warship was a narrow, short longship. When the oarsmen used all their strength, they could even reach 25 knots for a short period of time. The oarsmen were also elite soldiers familiar with sea battles. In boarding and pursuit battles, these longships were as sharp as scalpels. Blackbeard Grohl's dozen or so ships were completely unable to fight against the enemy, so they entered the Worm River a few days ago and hid in the port of the Delta Plain in the center of the river. There were dozens of merchant ships stranded there. Illyrio's 100-meter-long Sidullian was lying on the beach. Well, a big-bellied sailboat could not be used as a warship, so Grohl's flagship was Uluen's Serenity. Of course, it was no longer called Serenity. It was renamed Viserys. To commemorate Dany's unlucky second brother. The main reason was that Blackbeard Grohl wanted to call it Aegon. Dany felt that someone as awesome as Aegon should be treated better. As the ruler of the Bay City, she would definitely build a huge fleet in the future. She would build even more powerful warships. She would leave the Aegon for the future and let the dead Viserys take over. However, Viserys was really unlucky. Ever since it was named, it had been harassed and besieged by Guy's warships. It did not dare to leave the Megalosaurus field of vision. Now that it was forced into the freshwater river, it did not even dare to leave the harbor. Boom! Dany jumped down from Blackie's neck. Her iron boots left 2 shallow footprints on the red brick wall. "Prepare the incendiary bombs for my dragon," she said to the militia captain who came over. "Your Majesty, please wait at the pyramid. It's too dangerous here," Jorah Mormont advised. Boom! Before he finished speaking, a pack of raging flames smashed into the base of the wall. The flames made the brick wall crackle, and the pungent black smoke made Dany's eyes a little dry. Asphalt? She crawled over the parapet and looked down. She saw burning cloth stuck to the wall and spread out in a ball. The thick black smoke burned a black line on the wall. "It's refined fire oil ointment," Jorah said. More than a dozen balls of smoke had already risen from the northern wall facing the sea. An Unsullied shouted loudly for the militia to extinguish the flames. There were also sergeants waving their shining swords and shouting at their subordinates, "Quickly load the bowstrings and kill those sons of bitches of slave traders." The battle gradually became white-hot, even more tragic than the sneak attack in the early morning. "I'll stay here and command the dragon." Dany smiled and said, "Arrange for 4 Unsullied to raise shields for me and block the arrows. The flames can't hurt me." Chapter 135. Boom! It was as if a napalm bomb had been detonated. The 40-meter-long ship was instantly enveloped in a dazzling fireball. A circular airwave that could be seen with the naked eye, mixed with a dozen sailors who could not control themselves, rapidly spread out, directly pushing the nearby ships 3 to 5 meters away. Through the monocular, Dany could even see the warship with the words, "Grazadon," painted on the hull slowly disintegrating. Countless sailors were struggling and crying in the flames. Then, their bodies maintained a distorted appearance as they burned with popping sounds. Fire snakes hissed and spat out tongues of flame from the ballista windows below the deck. Hundreds of sailors were like torches that were ignited, throwing themselves into the sea. Such an exaggerated explosion of flames, the entire battlefield could not help but be silent for a few seconds. Then, 20,000 soldiers cheered wildly, "Long live the Mother of Dragons, the true dragon is invincible. Long live the Mother of Dragons, long live Dany Rise the First. The true dragon is invincible, the true dragon is invincible." The soldiers even stopped what they were doing and waved their arms at the Megalosaurus hovering in the sky, shouting loudly. Their commanding officer did not reprimand the soldiers' behavior. Instead, he waved his sword and joined the cheering crowd. The cheers seemed to have encouraged the green dragon and the white dragon. They followed their elder brother, the black dragon, and flew 3,000 meters into the sky. Then, they retracted their wings and free fell from the sky like a spear. Below them were 2 giant warships. Huff, 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 they kept falling for 1,000 meters. In the process, they kept swinging their tails, fine-tuning the direction of their fall. In the eyes of the Megalosaurus, there seemed to be a crosshair that kept aiming at the highest building of the warship, the bridge. They suddenly spat out a small flame at their claws, then spread their wings. Their bodies drew a beautiful arc in the sky, flying in the direction of Danny, who was on the city wall. But the giant incendiary bombs they threw were still falling vertically at an extremely high speed. With an ear-piercing screech, the speed was getting faster and faster. Danny asked the bricklayer to make a Molotov cocktail that looked exactly like a missile. The pointed head made of bronze allowed the center of gravity of the missile to be pointed downwards. Bronze was denser than clay pots. The round clay pots were filled with white phosphorus, kerosene, and asphalt. There was little white phosphorus, and it was soaked in kerosene, so it did not come into contact with the air. The missile's tail to ensure that it did not deviate from its course. There was a tail behind its but a thick hemp rope tied to the Megalosaurus claws. When the three dragons were 1,000 meters above the ground, they used their dragon flames to burn off the ropes on their claws. Then, the dragons flew away and the missiles continued their free fall. 3,000 meters, a bottle of kerosene weighing 80 pounds, and the warhead was made of bronze. Boom, the Molotov cocktail. Crash, the hard and brittle jar broke, and fuel and white phosphorus sprayed into the cabin. Due to the high-speed fall, a large amount of heat was generated from the friction with the air. The temperature of the fuel and white phosphorus was very high, and the white phosphorus began to burn when it came into contact with the air. Then, the fuel, which had almost turned into a mist in the collision, was ignited. What if the fuel was replaced with wildfire? An image appeared in her mind. Blackie had finally reached adulthood and could carry 1,000 pounds. He then flew 10,000 meters above the King's Landing with a bomb 10 times larger in his claws. It was made of iron and filled with green wildfire. It weighed a total of 800 pounds. Then, he threw it at the Red Fort. Danny shuddered. Damn it, why do we still need a fire-breathing dragon? We can just change to a bomber. Continue, tie a Molotov cocktail to my dragon. Burn the slave owner. She drew her sword and ordered the soldiers. Long live the mother of dragons, burn the slave owner. In the square behind the city wall, the three dragons landed on a platform. More than 10 militiamen pushed carts to the bottom of the platform. The carts were filled with soft straw. A 2-meter-long, bucket-thick missile was placed in the center. A rope as thick as chopsticks was woven into a net on the missile. A rope as thick as a thumb was tied to the tail of the missile. The soldier squatting beside the Megalosaurus tied the 7 to 8 meter long rope to the dragon's claws. Blackie was the first to complete the task of throwing the missile. He was the first to come back. He was also the first to flap his wings again and drag the missile into the sky. Because there was a short glide distance, the soldiers below had to follow Blackie's speed and push the carts forward 4 to 5 meters. Only then could Blackie bring the missile into the sky. Looking at the missile swaying slightly below Blackie, Danny couldn't help but praise the Megalosaurus's sense of balance and ability to fly steadily. About 10 minutes later, there was another whoosh 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 boom boom boom. 3 Molotov cocktails took down 3 warships. The cost of a warship started from 10,000 gold royals. 40 to 50,000 gold royals wasn't considered much. A Molotov cocktail and kerosene only cost 1 or 2 silver coins. As for white phosphorus was a little expensive. Only a few fire sorcerers in the city could make it. It cost Danny 3 gold royals per kilo. Even so, the cost of a Molotov cocktail didn't exceed 5 gold royals. This was a huge profit. You really think that just because Astana doesn't have a navy, you have the confidence to fight a naval battle with me? I'm going to beat you slave masters until you go bankrupt. Danny laughed proudly as she looked at the 3 mushroom clouds rising from the sea. However, the enemy's tenacity was beyond imagination. After throwing 4 waves of Molotov cocktails and destroying 12 of the largest warships, none of the warships retreated. Not only did the enemy's fleet not retreat, the sailors who fell into the sea swam towards the dock. The 12 ships were destroyed in an hour. At the same time, 2,000 to 3,000 sailors who lost their ships gathered at the dock. There was a distance of 70 to 80 meters between the city walls and the coastline. Between the two, there was a wide red brick road, as well as brick buildings like taverns, food stores, and warehouses. Of course, the residents of the dock area had long evacuated, but the buildings were still there. The sailors who swam ashore didn't attack the city walls that were dozens of meters away. They scattered and hid by the walls. A black Unsullied glanced at Danny and hesitated for a moment before walking to Mormont, who was shouting for soldiers to attack the enemy warships. He asked him for instructions. "Commander Mormont, do you want to send the Unsullied down to clean up those sailors?" Danny's military regulations clearly stated that in the process of marching and fighting, the subordinate officers only needed to report the military situation to their superiors and ask for orders. They couldn't reveal military secrets to others because of their higher status, and they couldn't listen to the orders of non-subordinate officers before their superiors gave them clear orders. The military regulations also stated that if their superiors died in battle, or if they couldn't contact their superiors in a short period of time in an emergency, they could listen to the orders of people with higher military ranks than them. Of course, the above regulations were invalid to the Queen. No matter when and where, the Queen's orders had the highest authority. So the captain of the Unsullied hesitated when he saw Danny, wondering if he should ask her for instructions. The Unsullied were 50 people in a squad, 10 squads in a squadron, 3 squadrons in a large group, and a total of 8,600 Unsullied were a regiment. The commander of the regiment was Grey Worm, and the captain was also an acquaintance of Danny's, Miss Sand, the brother of the clerk Missandei. Missandei was sold to Astapor with her 3 brothers. She became the secretary of the benevolent lord, and her brothers became sisters. One of the brothers did not pass the trial and was killed by the benevolent lord, leaving 2 brothers, Miss Sand and Missandei. Perhaps Missandei's family had better genes. At the age of 10, Missandei was proficient in more than a dozen languages and could be called a prodigy. Her 2 brothers were also skilled in martial arts, could read and write, had high military literacy, and had a strong learning ability. As a result, Miss Sand and Missandei were elected as captains by their Unsullied comrades. Danny was not angry with Miss Sand's choice, because she had clearly ordered all the officers before leading the team out a few days ago. Jorah Mormont was the commander-in-chief of the Astapor Defense Force, and he had the highest command during the war. "If they don't come to attack the city, don't worry about it," Jorah said without hesitation. "Commander, those sailors have learned to be smart." When they saw the Megalosaurus flying over their warships, they immediately jumped into the sea. After that, almost no one on the 9 ships died. "I'm afraid there will be more people gathering later," Miss Sand said. "How many people can there be at most?" "More than 100 ships, at most 40 or 50,000 sailors, but the people who fell into the sea were not wearing armor, and most of the sailors did not even have weapons. How can an army of 50,000 without armor, horses, or siege equipment attack the city?" Jorah said contemptuously. "I see." Miss Sand suddenly understood. At this time, Danny interjected, "Sir Jorah, don't you think the other side is too brave? In just over an hour, more than 10% of the ships have been lost. Under normal circumstances, they should have scattered and fled." Jorah frowned and sighed, "I really hope they are waiting for nightfall. After nightfall, they can avoid the pursuit of the Megalosaurus. But I'm very worried that the other side has some trump card that we don't know about, so I'll deal with all changes by remaining unchanged and let the Unsullied defend the city, absolutely not taking the initiative to attack." Danny looked up to the west. The blazing white sun had turned dark red. It was about 4:00 in the afternoon, and there was still an hour or 2 before dusk. Although it was slow to reload, the 3 dragons could launch 3 waves of attacks in an hour. 6 waves in 2 hours, 18 ships. It didn't make sense. Even if they raised their sails and fled at full speed, how many ships could they lose? Could it be that the Gith Navy had guessed that they had small melons specially equipped for sailing ships? A series of incendiary bombs the size of beer bottles tied together to burn the sails. A dragon could throw 4 or 5 times at a time, and because there was no need to dive from a height of 200 meters, the back and forth speed was faster. At the same time, Grohl would lead the fleet in pursuit. The Viserys could be called the fastest ship in Slaver's Bay, and could be used as the aircraft carrier of the Megalosaurus to provide ammunition for the 3 dragons. It was possible that they would lose more than 18 ships. When her gaze swept across the Great Pyramid behind her, Dany's expression changed. She hurriedly picked up her binoculars and looked again. Sure enough, her Megalosaurus horn was gone. Big Black, don't throw the bombs yet. Go to the top garden of the pyramid and take a look. She immediately sent a message to the black dragon in the sky. Big Black was extremely fast. The pyramid 500 meters away only needed a flap of its wings to fly over. With just a glance, Dany frowned. There were 2 corpses hidden in the flowers to the north of the top garden. 2 unsullied with childish faces. Their faces were facing the sky, and their 7 orifices were bleeding. Half a year ago, she received 8,600 unsullied who had completed their training, and 5,000 unsullied trainees. The 5,000 unsullied followed her to Poplar Slope, and 3,600 unsullied guarded the city walls. About 1,000 children under the age of 10 were not counted. Half of the 4,000 trainees went to the countryside to maintain order in the village, and 2,000 served as the guards of Astapor city. During this time, her Great Pyramid was guarded by the unsullied trainees. Now the pyramid was infiltrated by the enemy, and her dragon's horn was stolen. Chapter 136. Damn it, my dragon's horn has been stolen. Dany said with an unpleasant expression. What? The topic changed so quickly that Jorah Mormont couldn't react in time. The dragon's horn that I hung at the top of the pyramid as a signal to gather is gone, she said again. A dragon's soul was sealed in the dragon's horn. It was the soul of the Dragon King. The person who blew the horn could merge their will with the dragon's soul and enter the soul realm of the Megalosaurus along with the dragon's soul. They could then use the pressure of the Dragon King's soul to leave their will in the Megalosaurus soul realm. That was the magic principle of the dragon binder controlling the Megalosaurus. Last time, Yuluan left her will in Little Green and Little White Sea of Consciousness. According to the normal method, Dany only needed to blow the horn and attach her will to the Dragon King's soul. Then, she could break through the soul defense of the green and white dragons again and leave an enslavement mark deep in their souls. However, Dany believed that breaking the soul defense of the young dragons twice in a short period of time had already caused great damage to their souls. If she used the pressure of the Dragon King's soul to enslave the young dragons, it would definitely cause irreparable damage to them. More importantly, as a dragon spirit, she was used to merging with Blackie's soul. Enslaving the green and white dragons made Dany feel guilty as if she was betraying her own children. Although she hoped that Little White and Little Green would listen to their mother, she didn't want 2 obedient slaves who hated her. Deep in her heart, she also believed that dragons should be free and shouldn't be bound by anyone, except her. She was a dragon spirit and could merge with the souls of dragons. Previously, she couldn't merge with them because the skill slot was occupied by Blackie. Little Green and Little White Sea of Consciousness couldn't accept her. However, with the help of the dragon's horn, Dany broke through the restriction and entered Little White and Little Green Sea of Consciousness again. Then, Dany did something crazy. She pulled Blackie into Little Green and Little White Sea of Consciousness. Just like that night when they were hatching the dragons in the Red Wasteland, the 3 dragons merged with her soul. After the fusion, they worked together and overturned the soul of the Dragon King, who was also in the soul realms of the 2 dragons. The reason why the Dragon King's horn could bind a dragon was because the level of the Dragon King's soul was higher than that of a normal Megalosaurus. Indeed, Dahe, Little Green, and Little White were no match for Dragon King alone. However, When the three of them combined with Danny's mother, the Dragon King's soul was almost shattered. Well, it was indeed broken. The magic runes inside the dragon's horn fell off and landed in the soul realms of the two dragons. Danny picked them up. After Danny recovered, she tried to use the Dragon King's horn a few more times. The Dragon King's soul still existed, but it could no longer break through the dragon's soul space. Although he could still use the majesty of the Dragon King's soul to intimidate tens of thousands of creatures, he could no longer control the dragons. The dragon's horn had become a simple horn. However, Danny did not put it on the shelf. When the Unsullied attacked Astapor, she used it as a military horn. After taking down Astapor, she used the horn as the villagers assemble. Alas, Danny was a village girl in her previous life. When the village chief gathered the villagers for a meeting when she was a child, he would hold a gong and hit it a few times at the entrance of the village. The villagers who heard the gong would come out of their houses one by one and slowly gather at the place where the village chief hit the gong. Even if the people at the end of the village could not hear it, there would be neighbors nearby to remind them. The dragon's horn could almost cover the entire city of Astapor. It was much more awesome than the village chief's gong. The little girl who used to have a runny nose inherited the village chief's mantle and became a village chief. The village chief of Astapor village, she also hung a gong in front of her house. Danny was not worried that someone would steal her gong at all. How many civil servants and guards were there in the 100-meter pyramid? There were also 2 Unsullied who stood guard in 3 shifts in the garden on the top floor, and the Chaoyang Palace, at the bottom floor, was bustling with people. Every day, it acted as a government office and court, and there were countless bored citizens who came to watch the melon. When Danny led the army to war, her little secretary, Missandei, sat in the hand of the queen position at the bottom left of the queen's wooden chair and handled the daily affairs for the queen. Well, Missandei was equivalent to the hand of the king who only had the right to judge. But someone broke into the pyramid and stole her horn. Suddenly, Danny thought of a person, and her face changed. She gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, it must be Yuluen, that bastard. It's been half a year, and you still haven't returned to the Westeros." "It's probably him." Cora nodded in agreement. At that time, Danny seemed to be besieging Astapo, but in fact, K.'s Gate also quietly ambushed hundreds of horse cavalry, and Astapo did not escape. But Yuluen did not intend to escape at all. After he came out of the Great Pyramid of Graz, Dan, he stayed in the hotel, and Danny did not embarrass him when she entered the city. Half a month after Danny took over Astapo, the trapped merchants in the dock area began to leave one after another. Because the slave sailors were liberated and became members of the Gloria fleet, many merchant ships lacked sailors. Yuluen and his 200 mute sailors were still very popular. Yuluen concealed his identity as the pirate king of the summer seas, Red Devil, and acted as a lord in distress of Westeros. At most, Danny thought that Crow's Eye would rob his employer halfway and then return to the Westeros, or become a pirate again. She never thought that Guy would dare to touch the whiskers of Queen Danny. Or, did he sell the secret of the dragon's horn to the Gith people? So the Gith warship has been unwilling to retreat to create opportunities for the thief? Ordering Blackie to continue to be a bomber, Danny turned back and called 2 teams of 100 Unsullied. "I'll go to the pyramid. Sir Cora, you continue to command the battle as planned. I'm not sure who the intruder is." "Let me go with you," Cora said with some worry. "Don't worry, there are still 500 little Unsullied in the pyramid." Danny found a horse, and 100 Unsullied trotted behind her. It took only 10 minutes to reach the bottom of the pyramid. Outside, there were hundreds of people leisurely watching Missandei's trial. What was even more ridiculous was the case Missandei was judging. 2 farmers were fighting over a piglet. Half a year ago, a 40-year-old Leza farmer got an interest-free loan from Queen Danny and sold a strong boar. As a breeding boar, the farmers within a radius of 10 miles would often bring their sows that were in heat to his house to breed. A few months ago, his breeding pig broke through the fence of the pigsty and sneaked out. When the Leza people found it, the boar was lying on the back of a sow. It was a sow raised by a young white man in the manor next door. There was no big conflict at that time. When the two pigs stopped, the Leza people whipped their own pig a few times and led it home cursing. Even if the sow in the manor next door gave birth to a litter of piglets 3 days ago, the Leza farmers didn't care. Until yesterday morning, when the Leza's wife buried herself in the rice field weeding, two people walked over from the ridge not far away. The chest-high rice seedlings blocked the woman's figure, and the young couple walked on the ridge and talked without restraint. The white husband proudly told his wife that he deliberately took advantage of the fact that no one was in the Leza farmer's house and led his sow to the breeding pig's gate. The strong boar couldn't bear it and broke through the wooden fence, following the smell of the pig. So, he saved a piglet. Well, the breeding pig had to pay for the sow, and it wasn't cheap. Either pay 100 copper coins, or let the breeding pig boss choose a piglet after the sow gave birth to a piglet. So the Leza farmers made a scene. Faced with the village elders questioning, the young man refused to admit it and even accused the Leza farmers of slandering his honor. More importantly, the place where the breeding pig rode the sow that day was in the young man's vegetable field, and the wooden fence of his pigsty was also broken. The village elder had no choice but to let the two of them find the village chief to solve the problem. Danny stood on the periphery and listened for a while, and only felt that this group of fart people was really big. There were more than 100,000 enemies outside the city, and hundreds of thousands of troops on both sides were fighting. Not to mention Slaver's Bay, even the continent of Ursos hadn't had such a large-scale war for thousands of years. These two guys, for a piglet, left the village, crossed the possible war zone, and came to the Queen's palace to sue. Damn it, there were hundreds of Astapor citizens watching from the side, and even her maid, Listoya, was eating persimmons while watching with great interest. But after seeing Listoya, Danny was relieved. Listoya didn't stay in the top garden and didn't encounter any misfortune. Ah. A citizen in a linen t-shirt inadvertently turned back and saw Danny surrounded by the Unsullied. He immediately shouted excitedly, "Her Majesty the Queen is here, long live the Mother of Dragons, the Queen is back." Danny, long live Queen Listoya. The guy was a little incoherent and at a loss, but it also alarmed the others in the hall, who all shouted, "Queen," and "Mother of Dragons," and for a moment, the solemn yamen became as noisy as a market. Silence. Danny raised her hand and shouted. Thump thump thump. The 2 rows of Unsullied under the Queen's wooden chair stomped the red and black sticks in their hands and shouted in unison, "Mighty Marshal." Those Unsullied had all changed into navy robes and cloth hats with red dragon patterns. They also held water and fire sticks in their hands, completely dressed as the celestial yamen runners. Even the word soldier was written in Chinese on their chests. In front of Missandei, the acting county magistrate, was a table with a gavel on it. There was also a plaque hanging above the Queen's chair, written in Valeglia, "The King is above, benevolence is below." Mighty could be shouted in Chinese, as long as the momentum was enough to intimidate the crowd, but the plaque could not be written in Chinese. What was the point of writing it if no one could understand it? The crowd quieted down, and Missandei came over and asked in confusion, "Your Majesty, what's the situation?" Little Black was very smart. She guessed that if there were no accidents, even if Danny came back, she would directly climb up the pyramid from the outside. Disrupting the trial was not her style. Someone has sneaked into the pyramid. I will temporarily block all the entrances and exits. Even if we can't find the intruder, we have to figure out how they got to the top of the pyramid. Danny did not hide anything from the crowd, and spoke very loudly. Oh my God, an enemy has sneaked into the top of the pyramid? Didn't the Unsullied guards notice? Could they be hiding among us? It must be those slave masters who should go to hell. They want to assassinate Her Majesty the Queen. Are you stupid? Who doesn't know that Her Majesty the Queen has led an army to battle? Are they trying to steal something? The crowd of citizens who were watching the yamen trial chattered and guessed the enemy's purpose. Danny waved her hand, and the unsullied guards who acted as yamen runners banged their sticks again and shouted, "Mighty mighty, the horn I put at the edge of the garden has been stolen. Everyone, please go to the clerk to register your name and house number immediately. After that, you can go home. Today's trial will be suspended, and it will return to normal tomorrow morning," Danny said. The audience walked to the clerk's desk in an orderly manner, and soon there were 2 long lines. "Your Majesty, what about us?" Chapter 137. Your Majesty, what should we do? The onlookers lined up to leave. The 2 people standing in the middle of the fence were a little confused. Danny wanted to say, "You can continue tomorrow." But on second thought, although the case seemed simple, it was hard to find any substantial evidence. Missandei would probably leave the case to her. So, with a shing sound, she pulled out the long sword at her waist and stabbed it into the ground. The blade pierced half an inch into the mahogany floor. "You two, be honest. Who's lying?" Plop. The 2 people on the other side fell to their knees. "Your Majesty, I didn't lie," the middle-aged farmer cried. "Your Majesty, I didn't." The young man's eyes flickered. He stammered and denied, "I dare not lie." "Huh?" Danny lowered her voice and looked at the young man. Her iron gloves holding the hilt of the sword creaked. Your Majesty, I'm guilty. I lied." Through the gap of the mask, the young man seemed to see the queen's cold purple eyes glowing. He felt a pressing, king's aura, coming at him. He was so scared that he cried. Not to mention the young man, the people who were still lining up nearby also felt the queen's intimidating, king's aura. Their necks shrank and their hearts trembled. They thought excitedly, "It's here, it's here. I've seen Her Majesty solve a case with an iron face again." The young man cried and confessed, "Half a year ago, I met my current wife, Elena, at the national blind date arranged by Your Majesty. I love her very much. She loves jewelry very much. When we got married, I bought her a silver hairpin inlaid with pearls. The interest-free loan has been used up. I wanted to save the money for breeding sows. Your Majesty, I was wrong." Danny deactivated her dragon spirit state, and Dahe's soul also left her spirit ocean. Its shining eyes dimmed, and the king's aura seemed to have disappeared. According to the code, what is the sentence for this person? She tilted her head and looked at the chief judge, Missandei. In the form of a dragon spirit, Danny could enter Dahe's spirit realm and obtain its 5 senses, 6 senses, 7 or 8 senses. Similarly, because the souls of humans and dragons could perfectly merge, Dahe could also enter Danny's spirit realm and obtain her 5 senses. Previously, Danny could only enter Big Black's soul realm. After the Immortal Palace devoured the Immortal's faith spirit, Big Black seemed to have undergone some kind of indiscernible evolution. When Yuluan created the Dragon King's Horn incident, Danny first pulled Big Black into her soul realm to help him get rid of the suppression from the Dragon King's soul. After that, when he freed Little White and Little Green from their control, he used his soul realm as a transfer point to pull Big Black into the spiritual space of the 2 dragons. When Blackie's soul entered Danny's soul realm, it was equivalent to her receiving the Dragon Soul's blessing. When others saw her, it was as if they were facing a megalosaurus, especially her eyes. Her centaur maid once said with lingering fear, "I thought I saw the horse god." That was why Danny was always able to solve cases like a god, better than Mr. Justice Bao. Your Majesty, Dick has committed 2 crimes, theft and breaking his promise. According to the code, Dick stole Murata's, breeding pig seed. His crime is very light. He will be punished with 1 whipping and return the seed to the owner. Little Black said with difficulty. Her big round face was a bit twisted. "A little pig?" "Yes." Danny nodded. Missandei heaved a sigh of relief and continued, "There is no physical punishment for breaking his promise. He will only have to compensate the other party 5 to 10 times the loss. Dick will also have to compensate Muratu with 5 piglets, for a total of 6. Are you satisfied with the verdict? Dany sheathed her sword and asked the two parties. Your Majesty is fair and impartial. I am willing to accept the verdict. Razumuratu said loudly. Your Majesty is fair and impartial. I accept the verdict. The young Dick said in a daze. Yes, justice above, benevolence below. Dick, your family is facing financial difficulties that are not personal reasons. I have decided to provide you with an interest-free loan. The term is 10 years, and the amount is equivalent to 20 little pigs, Dany said. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. The young man's face was red as he shouted excitedly. Justice is above, benevolence is below, long live Your Majesty. The citizens who were satisfied with their meal also shouted. Wow, Your Majesty, you are so powerful. You can make a criminal admit his guilt with just one sentence. Doria's cheeks were flushed with excitement as she clapped and shouted. Dany was proud of herself, but she asked seriously, when did you leave the garden on the top floor? Doria stopped smiling and said with a puzzled face, I came down after lunch. Was the dragon's horn really stolen? But there are more than a dozen checkpoints along the way. How did they get up? Let's go and see. They didn't take the stairs inside the pyramid. Although they were at the same height, the stairs inside the pyramid were not connected, so the journey was longer. Doria followed behind Dany and climbed the stone stairs while inquiring about the situation on the front line. She heard that Dany had defeated the 50,000 allied troops with the loss of 200 cavalrymen this morning. Rhys's maid exclaimed. Not only her, but even the Unsullied around Dany were all red with excitement. They were excited about their queen's amazing achievements. As they chatted, Dany stepped onto the last floor. It was a spacious platform of 30 square meters. There were 4 little Unsullied and a dog on the platform. 4 people and a dog were guarding the door of the palace on the top floor. Woof woof woof. Dany had just stepped on the platform when the grey dog pounced on her. Aya, Doryman, what are you doing? This is Her Majesty the Queen. Don't you remember? The little Unsullied who was 10 years old was so anxious that his face turned red. He pulled the dog chain in his hand. After taking in the Unsullied trainees, Dany naturally wouldn't do any more trials that violated the bottom line of humans. There was a group of little Unsullied who were luckier than their seniors and kept their puppies. Woo-woo. 4 to 5 meters away, the half-grown dog's neck was taut. It ignored its owner's shouts and continued to bark at Dany. The little Unsullied said anxiously, Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Doryman was very obedient before. I don't know why it's so, seeing that the little Unsullied was so anxious that tears were flowing out of her eyes and the spear in her other hand fell to the stone floor with a clang. Dany waved her hand and comforted her with a smile, maybe I just came back from the battlefield and was covered in the smell of blood. Doryman was startled. At this moment, 2 Unsullied ran out of the door of the palace on the top floor. As they ran, they reported to Dany loudly, Your Majesty, you guessed right. The enemy really infiltrated the pyramid through the outer wall. We found fresh steel claw scratches at the southwest corner of the grand staircase. Oh, I'll go take a look. Dany's expression changed. She quickly walked past the dog that was still baring its teeth and hurriedly walked towards the palace stairs. The Great Pyramid had 4 stone stairs in the east, west, north, and south. The 4 stone stairs were like 4 lines, dividing the 33 square steps into 4 parts. The stairs facing the north were the main entrance, the east and west sides were the side doors for servants and soldiers, and the back door faced the Colosseum. After Dany moved into Astapor City, all the Colosseum was closed. The Colosseum behind the Chaoyang Palace became a sheep pen. If the 3 dragons couldn't find enough food in the wild, they could go down and pick up 2 sheep to eat. The pyramid's cross-section was square, and the four corners were indeed blind spots, especially the southwest and southeast corners. Danny's face was gloomy as she walked to the edge of the flower bed. Two 13 or 14 years old unsullied climbed on a stretcher, revealing a purple-black round spot on the back of their neck. It was slightly swollen and was the size of 50 cents. Looking carefully, one could see a thin silver needle in the center of the round spot, glowing with a lavender cold light under the setting sun. The climate was hot, and the two corpses already had a faint stench. The hidden weapon was poisoned. Maybe it was a blow needle, the Unsullied said. Danny didn't say a word. She stepped over the low brick flower bed and entered the flower bed. The branches of the big rose cracked under the gray steel boots, and the butterflies that fell on the pink flowers to suck the nectar were startled and flew away from the knights. The flower bed was built against a half-meter-high wall. In the southwest direction, Danny found two groups of 6 claw marks on the red brick wall. One could imagine that the flourishing flowers and branches in the flower bed were between the guards and the wall. If the infiltrators' movements were gentle enough, even if the flying claws hooked the wall, the Unsullied wouldn't notice. Then it was simple. The two poisoned blow needles killed the guards, stole the horn, threw the bodies of the Unsullied in the flowers, and climbed down the way they came. Yuluen, that bastard must have joined forces with the Gith people. Danny cursed in her heart. Thump, thump, thump. After a while, two more Unsullied ran in with a dirty cloak and reported, "Your Majesty, we found traces of the enemy in the sewer west of the pyramid. There should be 4 of them." The cloak was originally red, almost the same color as the red bricks of Estapo. At this time, it had been stained with grayish-black sewage, emitting a rotten smell unique to the sewer. There were a total of 4 large hooded cloaks. In broad daylight, 4 agile assassins wearing camouflage red cloaks climbed the Great Pyramid. Yuluen refreshed Danny's understanding of the wisdom of the ancients of the other world. The ancients were not stupid at all. "Is there a bronze fence in the sewer?" she asked. The fence was filed out of a door, the Unsullied said. Danny frowned. "But at the outlet near the coast, I used a multi-pipe design. Each pipe is only as thick as a soup bowl." In the past 6 months, Danny had not only created a perfect administrative system for Estapo, but also launched a series of industrial and agricultural plans. The city reconstruction was also an important political achievement of hers. In the city reconstruction, the sewer drainage system and the city's health care were the 2 most important projects. Because she had seen too many movies about sneaking in from the sewer in modern society, Danny personally designed the city's sewage system without any blind spots. In addition to the bronze fence, many sensitive areas were replaced with multiple pipes to replace a single passage. It was about 15 centimeters in diameter and 7 or 8 meters long. How could a normal person pass through? "Your Majesty, the enemy has cut through the stone wall between the 2 adjacent pipes." Ah! Danny was stupefied. How long have they been plotting for such a large project? "Your Majesty, we should patrol the sewer regularly in the future," the Unsullied suggested. "It makes sense, and the giant stone steps of the pyramid," Doria interjected. "It's too hot to stand guard on the steps of the pyramid. It's better to choose a few steps to build a flower bed and plant a dense growth of flowers. If someone climbs, they will definitely leave obvious traces. The soldiers patrolling below only need to look up from time to time." "Yes, Doria, you're enlightened today," Danny joked. "Hee hee hee." Reese's maid giggled with a red face. Chapter 138. Planting trees on the steps of the pyramid did have a certain scouting effect, but the roots of the plants would corrode the walls of the pyramid, and it could only be used during the day. From dusk to early morning, even if there were traces of people walking through the dense flowers, the guards below would not be able to see it. On the contrary, the flowers could become the hiding place of the enemy. So, Doria did not become smarter. She came up with a bad idea, and Danny only said that to tease her. Losing the dragon's horn would only alert Danny, not hurt her. She quickly cheered up and ordered the Unsullied to lay long bamboo poles beside the 32nd step. The bamboo poles extended out of the stone steps, and there was a barbed fishing net between them. Unless the fishing net was cut, no one could climb up from below, and in the future, the patrol team would regularly check whether the fishing net was damaged. After a while, the sky in the west was already dark red. Through Big Black's vision, Danny saw the remaining 70 or 80 warships slowly retreating under the efforts of the oarsmen. "Your Majesty, are you going back to the city wall to command the battle now?" Seeing Danny walking towards the stairs, Doria asked worriedly. "What's wrong?" Seeing the maid hesitating, Danny stopped and asked in confusion. "Your Majesty, you should rest. I see that the enemy fleet seems to be retreating. Today's battle is over," the maid advised. Danny sighed and said, "There is still a group of sailors hiding in the dock. I plan to recruit them for my own use. Although the 3 dragons are powerful, more than 100 enemy ships have been attacking for an entire afternoon. Our army has also suffered heavy losses. I have to go and comfort the wounded." "This," Doria said with a strange expression, "Your Majesty, you should at least take a bath." Is the smell strong?" Danny raised her arm to her nose and sniffed. There was indeed a monster mixed with blood and sweat. She could not help but blush and look around. There was a pool beside the garden on the top floor. She could take a bath while controlling Big Black to chase the enemy ships. With this thought, she said to the Unsullied, "You go down and wait. I will take a bath and change my clothes. It will take about an hour." After the Unsullied left, Danny walked to the side of the pool. With Doria's help, she took off her helmet, throat armor, arm armor. In order not to affect her vision, her soft silver blonde hair was fixed into a bun with a hair clip. When she took off her helmet, she awkwardly discovered that her hair had merged with the purple crystal plate on the hair clip. His throat and vambraces were undone, revealing a corner of his collar. At this moment, his white shirt had been stained with sweat, and a strong body odor drifted to the tip of Danny's nose, making her feel even more awkward. She opened her arms so that Doria could use the pliers to unscrew the screws on her waist. The sudden loss of weight made her sigh with emotion. "Ouch, it's like a mountain has been lifted off my body. Even my breathing has become smoother." His Majesty is wearing armor for the first time in battle, so he might not be used to it. "I see that Sir Mormont wears armor every day and seems to enjoy it." Doria deftly undid the breastplate, freeing Danny's torso from the pressure as if she was opening a can. The relaxed feeling made Danny couldn't help but moan. She couldn't wait to jump into the pool and swim 2 laps. "Doria, your armor removal skills have improved. You're obviously much faster than before," Danny praised. Doria's body stiffened slightly. Then she put the breastplate on the table and smiled. "My job is to serve His Majesty. If you're satisfied, it means that my practice is very effective." "Ha, very good. You even know how to practice," Danny praised with a smile. A cold light flashed across the calm pool in front of her. Danny, who had been looking down at the pool, smiled and suddenly bent down. The cold light was as fast as a meteor, but she still couldn't completely avoid it. It was like the sound of scissors cutting through soft silk. Danny's intuition suddenly felt cold and numb. Although she was shocked, her counterattack was not affected. While bending down to dodge, she put her hands on the ground and kicked back with her right leg, which was still wearing the leg armor and iron boots. She kicked nothing. She didn't attack anything. Danny didn't have time to be depressed. Her eyes kept staring at the pool. Her smoky purple eyes were suffused with a little black light. Almost at the same time when she saw the shadow behind her dodge to the left, she put her hands on the ground. She screamed in a low voice. The coldness at the back of her heart suddenly turned into a burning flame. The scorching breath almost instantly spread from the back of her heart to the whole body, like a fire net tightly binding her. Dani's reason left her. Countless crazy thoughts rolled in her mind. Her will was burning wildly, but her body was almost unable to move. Dani put her hands on the ground and rolled under the table to dodge. Halfway through, she couldn't complete the movement. She rolled half a circle on the ground and lay on the ground, stiff and motionless. She looked at Doria, who was smiling mysteriously, and asked with difficulty, "Who are you?" At this time, Dani's facial muscles were numb. Her throat seemed to have shrunk into a thin line. Even breathing was very difficult. She said a few words in a voice like a mosquito. After saying that, her mouth moved up and down, as if she was struggling to say something. Doria was completely Doria's face. Her hair, eyes, nose, mouth, and even the blush on her cheeks, the pockmarks on her nose, and the light fluff on her lower lip. If she wasn't sure that Doria's combat ability was 5 dregs, she definitely wouldn't be so agile. Dani almost thought that her maid had betrayed her. The assassin's right middle finger was sheathed with a strange, nail-like dagger. It was about 10 centimeters long and half narrower than a scalpel. A few blood beads were slowly sliding on the light blue blade that was as thin as a cicada's wing. With a light flick of her right hand, the blood beads on the dagger flew into the pool. Doria spoke in Valeglia with the same Reese accent as Doria. "I didn't expect you to still be able to speak. You are indeed the mother of dragons who miraculously hatched the Megalosaurus." This assassin was not at all like the killers in the movies who liked to babble to the dying. She didn't even have the mood to answer Dani's question. As she sighed, she pounced on Dani like a wild cat. Her right hand clenched into a fist and stretched forward. Before the attack arrived, the cold tip of her middle finger made Dani's forehead tingle. The strong wind hit her face. Dani's mouth was still spitting out incoherent syllables. Then, her eyes suddenly flashed with a bright black light. Her pupils suddenly turned into the vertical pupils of a snake. No, the black light had a hint of dark red, almost exactly the same as the vertical pupils of a black dragon. Scram! Finally, Dani spat out a word with clear meaning. Valeglia. As the last syllable fell, Dani tried her best to open her mouth. A formless, silent, but obvious airwave spread out from her mouth in a conical shape and hit Doria's face. Roar! There was no sound in her ears, but a thunderous dragon roar sounded in Doria's soul realm. The sound was full of anger and cold murderous intent. Her sea of consciousness was almost boiling in the dragon's roar. Almost at the same time, blood oozed out of Dani's mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. The shape was extremely horrible. Blackie, who was 500 meters above the sea outside the city, also stiffened. It drew a slanted trajectory in the sky and plunged into the sea. Boom! White water splashed everywhere, shocking the tens of thousands of soldiers on both sides. Yora Mormont shouted in horror. The enemy ships that were originally scrambling to leave also began to slow down. It seemed that they had finally waited for the variable they had been waiting for. Hiss, little green and little white hissed like crazy. They casually threw a grape-like Molotov cocktail hanging from their claws into the sea. They flapped their wings hard and shot toward the Great Pyramid like sharp arrows. Plop! Doria, who flew in mid-air, fell straight to the ground like a wooden stake that had lost its speed. Ding! The dagger between Doria's fingers knocked on the side of Dani's right leg armor. Her head smashed on Dani's iron boots at the same time. It was a solid hit. Dani saw her widened eyes, which were full of shock and disbelief. Although Doria couldn't move, her consciousness was completely awake. That was indeed the case. Doria could clearly see Dani slowly moving towards her. However, she could feel countless ghostly hands reaching out from the depths of hell, desperately tugging at her soul. She could not move at all. Furthermore, the ground seemed to have turned into a swamp. Her body and soul were slowly sinking into the depths of hell. Dani finally touched the long sword on the table, but she only pulled it out halfway before she realized that she couldn't lift the heavy sword with her current strength. Hiss, hiss, hiss. She tried to call out to the staircase, but her throat muscles shrank spasmodically. She almost lost control of her vocal cords, and even breathing became more and more difficult. Sensing that the assassin was slowly struggling, just like Baristan and Mormont who had been hit by the dragon's horn, and wasn't completely in a stunned state, Dani stopped her useless calls and raised her right foot with difficulty. The heel of her iron boot was aimed at Doria's slightly shaking head. She slammed it down. Bam! Doria's nose was bleeding. Dani raised her iron right foot again. Bam! Pop! Doria's eyeballs were like popped pig bubbles. Red and blue juice splashed on Dani's right leg. But she was unmoved. She raised her right foot for the third time, and the fourth time. She only smashed it 7 times before Dani fell to the ground. Doria's face was like a layer of dark red birthday cake. Her flesh was a mess of flesh and blood, but she was still struggling. She struggled to get up and raised the dagger on her right middle finger while trembling. Hiss! The white dragon and the green dragon finally crossed the distance of more than 2,000 meters and entered the sky above the people's square. Thump, thump, thump. A group of Unsullied rushed into the high platform of the garden before the 2 dragons. It turned out that the strange phenomenon of the black dragon falling into the sea and the white and green dragons flying madly towards the pyramid was also seen by the Unsullied guards at the north gate of the palace at the top of the pyramid. They shouted, "Her Majesty the Queen," a few times but didn't get a response, so they began to run towards the top garden. Just as they climbed up the last step, the Unsullied saw their queen's head leaning against the leg of the table. One of her feet was bloody. Dark red blood flowed on the stone floor, and the servant girl who was beyond recognition struggled to prop herself up. She held a small dagger in her right hand and seemed to be about to pounce on the queen.